Episode 661, Making Plans. I'm a trusted employee, so I'm privy to what's going on, Julie said. The legal department has okayed the agreement, and the company is preparing to ramp up production of Golden Health. By the beginning of spring, the Robinson Winery intends to restructure and recruit more people, and Golden Health will be its key product. Riley nodded. The project team has been announced, Julie continued. It compromises the most talented people at the winery. Morale is high, and they all regard this as their flagship product. Everyone's excited. She continued to tell Riley everything she knew. I've seen this Golden Health powder with my own eyes, she said. It's really something special. Our research department is looking into it as a matter of urgency. The first batch of samples will be produced at the start of next month, but they'll have to undergo testing before they can become available. She frowned when Riley didn't react. Your family's leading product is the famous Naismith healing powder, she pointed out. Golden Health is set to overtake you. Do you really not care? Riley snorted. Of course he cared, but he had always preferred to keep his emotions to himself. So he was careful not to react. All of Baltimore knows Naismith healing powder has cornered more than half of the market, Julie said. If this Golden Health is as impressive as Alex claims, it'll be a fatal blow to your own product. Your healing powder brings in vast amounts of money every year, and you can't afford to lose that. Riley casually examined his fingernails as he said, Julie, aren't you being a little alarmist? Even if they do manage to produce this powder and get it onto the market, is it really such a wonderful product? How much competition can there be? Naismith healing powder was one of Riley's most important products, and he had gone to a lot of effort to get it. The thought of its failure made him anxious, but he didn't want Julie to see how worried he was. Julie took a deep breath and released it slowly as she prepared to reply. I don't know much about Alex, but he treats Marianne well, and he wouldn't mess her around, she said. I think he must be telling the truth about Golden Healing. Besides, Marianne is ready to invest a lot of money in its production. She wouldn't take that risk if the product wasn't any good. They also did an experiment as a demo, and our recording clearly has someone exclaiming about its miraculous healing properties. She shook her head. I believe it really could be as effective as they claim. She paused for a moment before adding, I also smelled the medicine, and it has a lovely scent. It really is extraordinary. Riley frowned. Oh, I almost forgot, Julie said. She patted her pockets and withdrew a small container. That's what's left of the powder that Alex used in the experiment. There are only trace amounts of powder left, so he threw it in the garbage can. I retrieved it so you could examine it. She put the jar down on the table. Riley narrowed his eyes as he looked at it. So that's it. He leaned over and picked up the jar, his lip curling with disgust. The container looked cheap, and it had been thrown into the garbage can, so he was reluctant to touch it. When he finally opened the lid, he instantly detected a powerful scent. Frowning, he fetched a tissue. Then he lifted the jar, held it upside down, and tapped it gently, allowing tiny particles of power to land on the tissue. There wasn't much of it, but it would do for testing. He snapped his fingers, and a man walked over to stand beside him. Dawson, cut the palm of your hand, Riley ordered. Just a small cut'll do. Without saying a word, Dawson pulled out a dagger and sliced the blade along his palm. He didn't even flinch. He just stood there stoically, waiting for further instructions. Hold out your hand, Riley told him. Then he lifted the tissue and shook the powder onto the wound, making sure it was covered. He wanted to see just how strong Golden Health was, and he doubted it was as powerful as Alex claimed. He had never heard of a medicine that could stop bleeding in 1 minute, and he didn't believe it was possible. After 2 minutes, Riley wiped off the blood-stained powder, revealing the mark left by a wound that had already healed. "Oh," Julie exclaimed, clearly surprised. Dawson was stunned, unable to believe what he was looking at. Riley leaned closer, examining Dawson's hand and frowning. He dropped the tissue and stood up. "What are we going to do about this?" he asked. "We need to get our hands on this secret recipe at all costs," Dawson said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Once we have it, we'll make a fortune. And it'll let us expand the business. People in the martial arts world will pay any price for this kind of medicine. Imagine what they could do if they didn't have to worry about injuries." He grinned and rubbed his hands together. "If I were acting on my own, I would steal the recipe and sell it purely to martial artists. It's invaluable. But if Robinson Winery mass produces it, then it's only a matter of time until the secret gets out, and then we'll have lost the chance to make money." Aware that Riley was watching him, he faked a cough. "Of course, that's just me speculating about how excited the martial arts community would be and how much they would pay for a treatment like this. Obviously, you're in charge and I'll listen to you. It's completely your decision. Just tell me what you want done and I'll see to it. If you want this Alex dealt with, then let me know and I'll take care of it." Riley chuckled and picked up his glass of wine, sipping at it. Then he sat back down and looked at Dawson. "I'll definitely have something for you to do later, but I'm aware of Alex and his abilities. He's smart, he's powerful, so he won't be an easy opponent. If you decide to confront him, you'll be taking a risk." He shook his head. "Now, wait for my orders. In the meantime, I need to speak to Julie." Dawson nodded, and then he turned and left. Julie stood quietly, feeling a little out of her depth as she waited for Riley to speak. Riley, Marianne, and Alex were all extremely powerful people, and now Julie was caught in the middle of their battle. If she wasn't careful, their power struggle could destroy her. But she had decided Riley was her best chance to get ahead, and she was determined to be useful to him. Riley thought over his experiment with Dawson. There was no denying that Golden Health was effective, and he was determined to possess the recipe for it. He and Alex were now enemies, but Alex was not yet on guard against him, so it was a good time to make a move. No matter how strong Alex was, his defeat was inevitable, because Riley refused to accept anything less. It wasn't even about the money. It was about beating Alex. Riley intended to ensure the man's failure, even if that meant letting Golden Health disappear forever. Episode 662, The Verbal Contract. "Julie, what do you think about all this?" Riley asked, smiling at her. "Don't worry. You'll get a generous reward for bringing me this news. You'll have more money than you know what to do with." "If you want my honest opinion, then here it is," Julie said. "But don't shoot the messenger, okay?" Riley frowned, but he said nothing. Instead, he gestured for Julie to continue. "As soon as Golden Health becomes available, things are going to change," she said. "It's not just about the money. Alex will become a powerful man, and no one will dare offend him. After all, he has mastered the most advanced biotechnology in the world. People will clamor for his attention, and he'll be untouchable. Can you live with that?" Riley flushed, but he remained silent. "Exactly," Julie said, nodding. "No matter how wealthy or successful you are, will you be able to look at Alex without being jealous? You know what it's like to have such a powerful enemy. As for your business, you know how that would be affected by Golden Health, so I don't have to explain. It's your company, so you need to make the decisions." She finished speaking and waited calmly for Riley to respond. Riley put down his wine glass and sighed. He understood everything Julie had said, but he still wasn't sure what to do. and he didn't have a plan. He rubbed at his temples. Dealing with Alex was giving him a headache. He knew he couldn't risk attacking Alex directly. If he was careless, Alex would turn the tables and destroy him. He tended to retaliate swiftly and violently. Even when his opponents survived, their lives were ruined. Riley was cautious, so he wasn't sure he was ready to take the risk. Julie had explained the situation and had encouraged him to act now, but he needed a solid plan. He smiled at Julie and said, "You're right, of course, but I've many things to consider. Alex's reputation isn't that important to me. I'm a businessman. Everything comes down to profit. It has nothing to do with Alex personally." He forced a chuckle. "Obviously, I'm not afraid of him, but we have to be smart about this." He narrowed his eyes on her. "You said that you're a trusted employee of the Robinson Winery? What exactly is your position there? I don't believe I've ever asked." "I'm Marianne's personal assistant," Julie said proudly. "Most employees don't have access to Marianne's office, but I do. I can just walk right in at any time. I may not hold a position of authority, but everything goes through me at some point. Whenever Marianne goes on a business trip, I book the flights and the hotel for her. I even handle some things in her personal life. Honestly, I'm more like a friend than just an employee." "That's excellent," Riley said, his eyes lighting up with pleasure. He liked the idea of Julie betraying Marianne and catching her off guard. That should make things easier. Marianne is in charge of Robinson Winery, but she can't possibly understand the secret recipe. She's very close to Alex, and I'm sure they don't keep secrets from each other, so she must know the recipe for Golden Health." Riley looked meaningfully at Julie, who knew what he was getting at. "As you're so close to Marianne, she'll never see you coming," he said. "If you can get the secret recipe from Marianne, then they'll have to stop making it." "Can't you get it from Alex?" Julie asked, frowning slightly. "No, we don't want to tip him off," Riley said. "Alex's martial arts skills are incredible, and we can't provoke him. He's not an ordinary person, so we have to be careful around him. Now we should take the easier path. Marianne trusts you, so you should be able to use that against her." Julie opened her mouth to respond, but Riley continued talking. "I know your family doesn't have much money. I'll reward you for your efforts, and I'm sure you'll be happy with the compensation. To prove my sincerity, I'll deposit $50,000 in your account, and once the job is done, I promise to pay you $500,000. He sat back, watching her closely, knowing she wouldn't be able to resist the lure of that much money. Julie's expression brightened and she laughed. "It's a kind offer," she said, "but I'm afraid that's not enough. After all, I have a good salary at the winery, and I'm not likely to keep my job if I'm discovered. Your money won't last long when I'm out of work and have no references. I'm not an idiot." She shook her head. "Now, that's nowhere near enough money for me to risk my job and reputation. If you want my help, you'll have to do much better than that." She turned around and strode toward the door. "Wait a minute," Riley said. "Why don't we talk this over? We can always negotiate. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 now and then 1 million later. I've no intention of cheating you." He had made up his mind to keep Julie around, so he was prepared to compromise on the money. Riley took out his laptop and asked for her bank details. Then he transferred the initial payment, showing her the screen as proof. After that, he made a phone call, and moments later, someone delivered a credit card. Riley handed it to Julie. "You can use this card for expenses," he said. "Well, okay then. What do you want me to do?" she asked, smiling as she put the card into her bag. "I want you to obtain this secret recipe," Riley said. "Write down all the raw materials of Golden Health, and then give the list to me. When you get your hands on the recipe, call me and I'll arrange a meeting. Once you hand it over, I'll transfer the rest of the money." Aren't you afraid that I'll just take the money and the card and disappear? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Not at all, Riley said, shrugging. This is an agreement between two honorable people, and I consider it a legally binding verbal contract. That means neither of us can go back on our word. He grinned. You wouldn't want me to sue you, would you? Episode 663, Revenge of the Demons. Julie stared at Riley for a moment, and then they both laughed. Riley felt sure she was worth the money he was giving her. She wasn't important enough to pose any threat to him, and she would be the one taking all the risks. He had nothing to lose and everything to gain. He knew Julie wouldn't betray him, and he was relieved to have someone else to deal with this matter for him. As Riley and Julie were making plans, the party at Loco came to an end. After dinner, Marianne volunteered to drive Alex home. Alex didn't have a fixed address. Sometimes he stayed at the Fairfax compound, and at other times he stayed in an apartment at Oak Ridge High School. On this occasion, he decided to stay at the school. When they arrived, Alex got out of the car and began to walk away. Aren't you going to invite me in? Marianne asked. The polite answer would have been to agree and ask her inside, but Alex refused. He was aware of Marianne's feelings for him, and he didn't want to give her mixed signals. Later in the evening, Alex called Debbie to talk. She wanted to visit him because they hadn't spent much time together lately. But she was still studying as well as working, so she was extremely tired. Worried about her, Alex insisted she stay home and rest. They chatted for a long time, discussing their plans to have children, and neither of them wanted to hang up. As they talked, Alex forgot how tired he was. He was rejuvenated just from hearing Debbie's voice. After she had ended their call to get some sleep, Alex looked out of the window at the bright moonlight. He had been busy running a business and practicing medicine, which meant he had been neglecting his martial arts training for a while. Now, he decided to practice outside and absorb some energy from the moon. That late at night, the school was quiet. Alex walked out of the school gate toward a deserted hilltop some distance away. The moon was full, and he could feel its powerful energy sinking into him. He walked slowly, enjoying the feel of the moonlight strengthening him. But moments later, a car stopped in front of him, blocking his path. Then more cars arrived, hemming him in on all sides. Whoever these people were, they clearly didn't want him to get away. The doors of the cars opened, and several men and women got out, all of them staring at Alex. In total, there were about 20 people there. As Alex watched, they were joined by 5 other people. These 5 were treated with deference by the others, indicating they held a higher status. They walked straight over to Alex, their eyes never leaving his face. Their expressions were grim and determined, and the others stepped back a little, giving them room. Clearly, these 5 were the ones Alex would have to deal with. He had never seen them before, so he wasn't sure what they wanted from him. No doubt he was about to find out. All 5 of them bristled with menace as they glared at him. "Who are you?" Alex asked, in no mood to deal with any nonsense. "What do you want?" "Are you Alex?" one of the men asked, frowning at him. "Are you the one who harmed Gabriel?" "Did you kill Grace Thornton?" demanded another. They were all scowling at Alex, clearly angry with him. "So you're here for revenge?" Alex asked, realizing what was going on. "Are you sure you want to do that? I wouldn't advise it." He had known someone would attempt to retaliate, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "We're absolutely certain," a voice called out. Alex turned to see an elderly woman sitting in the back seat of one of the cars. "We're not here to kill you, though," she said, her expression fierce as she looked at Alex. "No, we're just going to hurt you, and then maybe we'll hand you over to the ghosts." She narrowed her eyes. "Timothy won't give us any satisfaction, so we're dealing with you ourselves." Despite her age, the woman exuded a lot of power, and Alex knew she would be dangerous. "Who are you?" he asked. "You do have a name, don't you?" He smiled. "It's been a long night. Do you really intend to start a fight right now?" He was quite relaxed and didn't take these people seriously. "My name is Bella Fitzroy," the woman said, "and I'm the leader of the demon sect. I'm warning you, we're more than capable of taking you on, so don't get smart with us." "The demon sect," Alex repeated, frowning slightly. "Why does that sound familiar?" He shook his head. "Look, it's unreasonable to go around accosting people in the middle of the night, so why don't you just get out of my way? I have no idea who you are, so you're clearly not an important sect." "Shut up!" Bella snapped. "The demon sect was once highly respected, but sadly it was discredited a while ago. We've been in existence for thousands of years, and we have many skilled fighters." She glared at him again. "You'll see that very soon." "Well, Bella, I don't have any quarrel with you," Alex said, shrugging. "So why stop me and try to intimidate me? What's going on? Who sent you here?" "No one sent us," she said. "My people have long despised you, and we wanted to let you know that. Isn't that a good enough reason?" "Well, at least you're honest," Alex said wryly. "I like that, but I don't believe that you're just trying to teach me a lesson." He paused for a moment and then continued. "Now I think you have other intentions. You didn't come here just to throw your weight around and introduce yourself. There's something else going on here. Something you don't want to talk about yet." Bella gaped at him for a moment before her mouth twisted into a smile. "I should have known," she said. "Someone who has made as many waves as you must still have a few functioning brain cells. Fine, you're right. I do have a purpose for coming here tonight." Episode 664, Handed Over. "Oh?" Alex asked. "Are you planning on telling me what it is? Please stop stalling. I don't have the patience for it. Just say whatever it is before we get any older." He squinted at her. "Have you been the leader of the sect for all those thousands of years? You don't look that old. Anyway, life moves faster these days, so can we just get on with it?" "Don't be so ignorant," Bella said, rolling her eyes at him. "You have no idea what you're doing, do you? You're behaving like a child, and you're not worth my time. Don't you think I have better things to do at this time of night? Unfortunately, there's something about you that arouses the interest of important people. And you also have something people want. So you've brought this trouble on yourself." She sighed, clearly exasperated with him. "Young man, don't you understand yet? I'm offering you a way out of this. A way to survive. I advise you to take it. Otherwise, I'll have to give you to the ghosts, the Naismith family, the Thornton family, or one of your many other enemies. Your life is in danger because many people want what you have. Think about it." Alex suddenly realized what she meant. "So that's what this is about," he said. "Now I understand. But I don't need your warning. I can take care of myself." He met her gaze. "But it's not really about warning me, is it? Now I think you've just taken a fancy to my latest discovery, haven't you? This is about greed, and you want to be the one in control. You know that it'll make you powerful, and then you'll be able to wield power over everyone. That's all you care about. No authority would be able to stop you. Well, I think that's despicable." He paused for a moment before continuing. "You intend to take something from me purely for your own benefit, and you care nothing for the people who need it. You're not really offering me a way out. You just thought that was the easiest way of ensuring you got what you wanted. Whether I hand it over or not, you intend to beat me and then give me to my enemies. You should be ashamed of yourself." Bella snorted. "You have no right to judge me," she said. "You're merely a pawn in this game, and you're nothing compared to me. So don't think you can lecture me on what's right or wrong. You have no idea of the importance of what you have. Besides, how do you intend to stop me? Are you going to call the police?" She laughed, satisfied that things would go her way. Alex had been right. She fully intended to take his invention and then hand him over to his enemies. That way she would get everything she wanted. "You intend to steal from me," Alex said flatly. "You haven't asked me for anything or made any offer. You simply intend to take it. That's theft. I should report you to the police and have them deal with you. After all, I'm a good citizen who abides by the law, and you're a reckless, hypocritical thief. You need to reevaluate your choices and learn to obey the law, or one day you'll end up in trouble." "Oh, be quiet," Bella snapped, losing patience. "There's nothing the police can do. They only deal with problems on the surface, and they have no idea what goes on in the darkness. The demon sect remains in the shadows, but we have all the power. The police cannot stop us. I'm not afraid of you, Alex. So hand it over and maybe I'll spare your life." "So you're determined to go through with it?" Alex asked, shaking his head. "Well, spell it out. What do you want from me? I have a lot of things people might be interested in. If you want something specific, ask for it directly. Then we can discuss it." He knew exactly what she was talking about, but he wanted her to make it very clear. Bella's eyes lit up with greed, believing she was about to get what she wanted. She turned her head slightly and called out, "Dawson, what's the name of his trauma medicine?" Then she turned back to Alex. "Are you really prepared to hand it over?" Dawson stepped forward, wearing a mask to obscure his face. "The powder is called Golden Health," he said, his tone respectful. "If you can get the recipe to make it, the demon sect will be able to pass it down through the generations, giving them an advantage and securing their future." Bella nodded with satisfaction. She wanted to be the one to make this happen, and she was so close that she could almost taste it. Golden Health would make her famous, and everyone would treat her with respect. Dawson stepped back, fading into the shadows. "How does the demon sect already know about Golden Health?" Alex asked, narrowing his eyes. "You must have members everywhere. Have you been spying on me? I can see how badly you want my special healing powder, but I don't understand why." He looked at Bella. "You're clearly powerful, and you've been around a lot longer than me. Surely you could create such a healing powder yourself, probably with your eyes closed. So why haven't you? Why resort to theft?" Alex frowned. The Moon Palace cult had been around for a long time, and they had accumulated a lot of knowledge on a wide range of subjects. They had studied hard to obtain all their secrets, occasionally trading knowledge with others. By contrast, the demon sect resorted to espionage, extortion, and theft for everything they had. And yet they had the nerve to consider themselves on an equal footing with other sects. It was getting late, and Alex didn't want to deal with Bella. He wanted to put an end to this nonsense and go home. "Don't be insulting," Bella said. "I don't answer to you, and you have no right to look down on the demon sect." Alex laughed. "Your sect is worthless. Lackland's daughter Rebecca is the only decent person among you." He shook his head. "You said that the police only care about more than trivial matters. Well, let's put that to the test. Why don't we call Brian?" Bella scowled. "You've already provoked me several times," she said, growing irritated. "I came here to give you a chance and you've thrown it back in my face. So now I'll make you regret that." She gestured to her sect. "Beat him! Maybe then he'll have a change of heart." The 5 warriors walked forward, their eyes locked on Alex. as if they could destroy him simply by glaring at him. Alex grinned. "So, now that you've realized you can't manipulate me, you're moving straight to attacking me? It's a pity there are only 5 of you. It's hardly worth the effort." He stood still, appearing unconcerned as he watched them advance. "Well, I guess I could use the practice, so it's better than nothing." Bella tipped her head back and laughed. "You think you can deal with all of them at the same time? Foolish boy!" Then she grew serious and looked at the 5 warriors. "You 5, don't waste time. Deal with him quickly and efficiently. Let's show him that the demon sect deserves its reputation for being powerful." The 5 warriors nodded, and then they sprang into action. Their hands moved so quickly that their movements were a blur. Alex could tell they were each holding something, but he couldn't see what it was. Suddenly, the 5 warriors reached out, sending objects whizzing through the air at him. Alex paid little attention to the projectiles, but he moved slightly, just enough to stay out of their path. As they flew past him, they caught on fire with a bang, releasing a black smoke with a pungent smell. When the wind changed direction, Alex caught a whiff of the smoke, and he immediately covered his nose with his hand. Episode 665, Poison Gas. In the past, sometimes one sect would try to poison members of another, so it was beneficial to have knowledge of toxins and antidotes. Alex had done a lot of research on medicinal herbs, so he was aware of many of their properties, and he realized that the 5 warriors of the demon sect had just sprayed a mist of poison at him. He was a martial arts master, so he didn't bother attempting to dodge it. As a student of medicine, he was intrigued by the mist, and he wanted to understand it better. If he could learn more about it, then it would aid him in his future research. So instead of waving his hand and simply dispersing the gas, he summoned his inner power, allowing it to protect him. The 5 warriors saw Alex move slightly, and they were a little surprised that he hadn't made more of an effort to avoid their toxin. But they didn't stop their attack. Instead, they rushed at Alex, who didn't even try to evade them. They clashed, fists and feet flying as they fought. Alex had used his inner power to seal off his pores, and everywhere else the gas might be able to enter his body, so he was safe from its effects. He wanted to see what skills the demon sect possessed, assuming they would be impressive after thousands of years, so he didn't want to rush this. The 5 warriors seized his hands and feet, trying to immobilize him. Alex smiled, and then he began to turn around, spinning faster and faster. When he had built up enough speed, the 5 warriors were flung away from him, landing heavily on the ground. Alex looked around, stunned to see Sawyer, who was frowning down at his sword. "My sword is filthy," he complained. Then he shook his blade, sending power into it, and within moments it was clean and shiny again. It looked like it had never been used. Alex was filled with admiration for both Sawyer and his sword. Few people throughout history could have made such an exquisite weapon. It was both simple and effective, and Sawyer had killed many people with it. Sawyer looked up at Alex and grinned. "Sorry to interrupt," he said. "Do you mind if I join in?" It was clear to everyone that Alex and Sawyer knew each other, and they were annoyed at Sawyer's intervention. One of the 5 warriors crawled along the ground, unwilling to give up despite his injuries. He kept trying to reach Alex, determined to take revenge. "I'm not done with you," he yelled. "Come back and fight me." Another warrior rushed over, shouting, "This doesn't end until you're dead." His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Alex. Before he could reach Alex, Sawyer's sword slashed out, instantly dispatching him. Another warrior ran forward and met him with the same fate, dying instantly. "Determined, aren't they?" Sawyer said, his tone indifferent. He looked around at the remaining warriors, who gazed back at him apprehensively. They hadn't expected Sawyer to be here, and they hadn't realized he was so strong and unpredictable. Still, they had too much pride to give in now. "Who the hell are you?" one of the warriors demanded, taking a step forward. "I want to know the name of the man I'm about to kill." Episode 666, Bad Luck. "You don't need to know my name." Sawyer's eyes were cold. "Not when you've no chance at getting revenge." The remaining warriors rushed him, but they were no match for his strength, and they were quickly overpowered. Alex sighed, wishing he had known Sawyer in the past. Even though Sawyer had not fully recovered, he had already become incredibly strong, and Alex regretted not seeing him at his best. In the twinkling of an eye, the demon sect was defeated. Several of the men held guns, but they made no move to attack, too wary of their opponents. If he returns to his prime, he'll be able to kill people without even using his sword, Alex thought. "Well, that's awkward," Bella said, getting out of the car. "I didn't realize Sawyer was here. Hadn't expected that." She looked at Sawyer with a sad smile. "His power really is quite extraordinary." Sawyer and Bella had first met more than 20 years ago. At that time, she had been charming, and Sawyer had been very handsome. Since then, his appearance had changed. Although he was still strong and fierce, the years had been merciless. It seemed that they had both grown older. Bella had always considered Sawyer to be the most important person in the world. "You and I have been friends for a long time," she said to him. "So why are you protecting Alex? What's the deal with you and him? Why are you harming my people?" She couldn't understand the relationship between Alex and Sawyer. After all, Sawyer was an important man, and Alex's casual appearance marked him as being quite ordinary. "Sawyer, answer me," she demanded. "Set my mind at ease. Can't you see the injustice here?" "Bella, don't you get it?" Sawyer asked, his eyes bright. "Do you want me to explain it to you? If you want to fight, then get on with it. Don't just stand there and talk nonsense." Bella tightened her grip on her walking stick, and her inner power surged within her. "How about this?" Sawyer asked with a sneer. "After 3 moves, if you haven't knocked me out, then I fight back." His voice was filled with disdain, and he was clearly dismissing her martial arts skills. "You're in a position of power at the Rumble Club," Bella said, frowning, "and I don't want to take them all on." Then she scowled. "But you're leaving me no choice." Without waiting for an answer, she attacked. But Sawyer defended himself. And soon she was knocked to the ground, clutching her arm. Her face twisted with pain, but she made no sound. She knew Sawyer well. If she didn't yield, he might kill her, so she would have to beg for his forgiveness. If she offended him, it would be the end of the world, and Sawyer would not rest until he had revenge. That was the style of the Rumble Club, which had been responsible for many deaths over the years. It wasn't that the demon sect wasn't powerful. It was simply that Sawyer's powers were on another level. "You've broken my arm," she said. "Please don't hurt me anymore." Sawyer's expression softened slightly. "I'm glad you know your place," he said. "There are some excellent fighters in the demon sect, but it's a shame you rely on them to protect you. Let me meet the real masters, and I'll show them what I'm made of." He paused before continuing. Let's meet in 3 days. Then, to show my respect for the demon sect, I'll fight 10 of them at once." Bella didn't dare answer. She left in a hurry. And after a moment, Alex and Sawyer left too. Before long, the night was silent as though nothing had happened. On the way home, Bella's teeth were tightly clenched with anger. When she arrived home, her broken arm was bandaged, and the pain was gradually receding. The demon sect had its own healing medicine. It couldn't compete with the golden health powder, but it was much more powerful than normal medicine. When Bella explained what had happened, her family was upset and embarrassed. 10 to 1? What could he be talking about? An attack on Bella is an attack on the whole sect. How can we stop this? Episode 667, Not Nobodies. The next night, the demon sect gathered. Their meeting hall, which could accommodate hundreds of people, was buzzing with excitement. When the members saw Bella's broken arm, they were furious and indignant as they waited for the decision of the leaders, who were in a room outside the hall. Everyone had expected that Bella and the 5 warriors would be able to deal with Alex easily. They had been confident in their sect's strength, and now they were astounded by what had happened. They had heard of Alex, and they knew that many powerful men supported him, but they still hadn't expected to be defeated. Bella was enraged, and her eyes were flashing with fire. Her subordinates were angry on her behalf, and they spluttered with outrage. "Sawyer must die!" One of them smashed his fist on the tabletop, hitting it so hard that the surface cracked. "The demon sect has suffered a great disgrace," Bella said. "It's lucky Sawyer only broke my arm. He could have easily killed me." She looked around. "He will come to visit us in 3 days. Do we have a plan for how to deal with him?" Nobody answered. "I know why you're silent," Bella said. "What can we do but fight to the death? For thousands of years, that is the spirit by which the demon sect has lived and died." "Don't worry, we're not nobodies," the man said. "We have all kinds of tricks. Sawyer's been out of the game for more than 20 years, and he spent much of that time in a hospital bed. Nobody's even spoken his name for a long time. Now he's back and wants to quickly establish his reputation. But he's underestimated us. Our elders are powerful, and our top 10 warriors will easily defeat him." He shook his fist in the air. "Of course our top 10 warriors are powerful," Bella said, rolling her eyes. "But Sawyer will be prepared. If he didn't think he could defeat 10 of our warriors, then why would he challenge us? We must not take it lightly." Several of the top 10 warriors were more powerful than Bella, who had inherited the leadership of the sect. Suddenly, a booming voice came from outside. "What are you all chattering about?" A man strode into the room, and when everyone saw him, they all stood up to greet him. "You made it," Bella said, tears welling in her eyes. "You lazy brats," Lackland said. "Since I retired from the position of leader, I've helped you get to the top. But this time I'll not assist you at all. I was in power for 20 years and the demon sect thrived every day. Who knew that in just a few years you would cause such a scandal?" He stared at Bella. "Our members are better than this," he said firmly. "You created this mess, and then you failed to defeat Sawyer, a man who's only recently recovered from being paralyzed for years. Then you begged for mercy and fled." His eyes narrowed. "You didn't just embarrass me, you humiliated the whole sect, including our ancestors." All the subordinates bowed their heads, feeling ashamed. Lachlan had overseen the demon sect for 20 years, and he was very different from Bella. His martial arts powers were extremely strong, and out of his entire family, he had been the one to become the leader. During his leadership, the sect had grown to more than 1,000 members, and nobody had been able to stand against them. That was why Lachlan had been happy to retire. Now, he usually didn't care what was going on in the sect, but he did care that Sawyer had broken Bella's arm. When he spoke again, Lachlan's tone was steely. "A piece of trash who's been out of the game for 20 years? Why are you so scared of him? What's the problem? Why are you so worried?" Everyone began to feel better when they saw how angry he was. "It's my fault," Bella said sadly. "I screwed up. I failed and I got those 5 warriors killed. As the leader of the sect, I'll take the blame and I'm willing to suffer all the punishments, including dismissal. The reason I didn't fight to the death was so that I could pass on information to the rest of the sect. We should not underestimate Sawyer. He'll stand in the way of us obtaining the golden health powder." "Golden health powder? What's that?" Lachlan asked, frowning. "Kind of miracle cure." Bella paused. "The recipe is thousands of years old and it'll be of great benefit to us." She rubbed at her arm. "I knew Sawyer 20 years ago, and I don't think he is fully recovered yet. He's definitely not at his peak. Nevertheless, if he gets angry and attacks us, we'll suffer heavy losses, even though we'll come alone. We must prepare for his arrival. He's coming in 3 days." Lachlan scratched his beard. "I've controlled the demon sect for 20 years, he said. "I haven't heard of anything like this before. This Sawyer broke your arm, but I won't go looking for him. I'll wait for him to come to us. But do you really think he's invincible? I hope that this piece of trash does come here, and then we'll see what he's really made of." Episode 668, We Don't Rush In. Everybody was silent, listening to what Lachlan had to say. He stroked his beard again, and then he paced back and forth across the floor. Bella and the other leaders watched him nervously, waiting to hear what he might say next. Finally, he stopped in the center of the room. "This Sawyer was paralyzed for 20 years. Is he really such a formidable enemy? Are you all really so afraid of such a person?" Bella and the others stayed quiet. Although he was no longer the leader of the demon sect, Lachlan still held sway, and everyone knew that his abilities were greater than Bella's. They waited to hear what he might say next. "What are you waiting for?" Lachlan snapped. "What's our plan? How are we going to deal with this weakling?" A few murmurs came from the subordinates. "He's one of the top 5 warriors in the Rumble Club," a cool, dignified voice stated from near the door. Everyone turned to see Cam Fitzroy walk in. "As long as he's still alive, he'll still be an enforcer for the Rumble Club," Kim continued. "It doesn't matter how long he was out of the game. His powers are formidable, so we shouldn't take this lightly." He looked around, making sure he had everyone's attention. "To achieve one of the top positions in the Rumble Club, you can't rely on your family connections or your friends, but only your own skills and abilities. Without those, you don't have a single ray of hope. The rules are strict. There's a set process for gaining power. Once you've defeated 500 enemies, you must defeat another 300 of a higher rank. Then you must defeat 100 more from the highest ranks. Finally, you must defeat the current holder of the position you want. Only through this process can a person rise through the ranks." His expression remained indifferent, and his calmness and rationality were extraordinary. His body was fit and strong, and his eyes sparkled. Although he was almost 50, he looked much younger. Sawyer was one of the founders of the Rumble Club, Cam continued. He joined even before Clark. He sat down at the table. Sawyer's practiced martial arts since the age of 3, and he's been living the life of a warrior since childhood. When he was a little older, he learned kendo, and he traveled all over the world and served under more than a dozen masters. By the age of 14, when most of you were in junior high school, he had traveled everywhere and had learned everything, including the ancient arts of the sword. Even Lachlan was listening closely to what Cam was saying. 20 years ago, Sawyer was unstoppable, Cam said. Can't you imagine how many master practitioners he had to defeat to achieve his current position? The demon sect has many talents, but how many masters does it have on Sawyer's level? 20 years ago, he killed a powerful martial arts master, and it was an earth-shaking event. Most people were terrified. He paused as if he were waiting for someone to interrupt, but nobody spoke. Imagine, he continued, imagine if Sawyer had not been paralyzed. How far would he have gone? He's both extremely talented and extremely dedicated. So how many enemies would he have defeated during the last 20 years? If Sawyer is not a master practitioner, then I don't know who is. He sighed. There are very few people like him. What's more, Sawyer has been known as a third master, but that didn't mean anyone was better than him. He wagged his finger. Don't be deceived. Sawyer insisted on being called the third master because he said that there are other masters. Heaven's the first and earth is the second. Do you know what that means? No one said anything. It means that Sawyer was the greatest member of the Rumble Club, he said. He worked hard on their behalf and achieved great things. It's not wise to underestimate anyone who has experienced so many battles. He looked at Lachlan and said with reproach, You're brave, but you don't want to plan ahead. You refuse to face up to reality and make big plans that can go nowhere. Lachlan sighed. If Sawyer is such a big problem, then we must prepare carefully. We must not rush into anything. I was angry before, but now I realize the seriousness of the situation. Cam nodded. Lachlan had always deferred to him, even though Cam was younger. At one time, Cam could have been the leader of the demon sect, but he had given the position to Lachlan. As a result, Lachlan always gave weight to his thoughts and opinions. Cam had been studying martial arts for many years, at least 5 years longer than Lachlan, and he was the invisible leader of the sect. Lachlan had been appeased, but Bella was still very angry. Our sect is still widely known. Will we let ourselves be frightened by someone like Sawyer? What a joke. If word gets out, everyone will know we're incompetent. Holding her broken arm, Bella was so frustrated that she simply couldn't stay quiet. After suffering such a huge defeat, her aggressive nature was coming to the fore. Bella, calm down, Cam said. Of course we're not afraid of him, but we shouldn't take him lightly. We need to be careful. He gestured for someone to bring more medicine for her injuries. Sawyer is not the only enemy of our sect. If we fight with Sawyer, then we might trigger a chain reaction. The most important thing is that Sawyer is not alone. Behind him is the Rumble Club, and we don't want to tangle with them. He paused. It might be possible to kill Sawyer, but then he'd be seen as a martyr by the Rumble Club, and they'll never forgive us. We would have stirred up a hornet's nest, and we can't afford such a war. He stroked his chin. Our sect has a deep foundation, and our traditions stretch back thousands of years. We must tread carefully. We can't go rushing in like fools. Episode 669, Keep Sawyer Happy. We're much more important than the Rumble Club, Cam said solemnly. The Rumble Club is flashy, but they'll disappear quickly. But the demon sect? Nah. We want to ensure that we last for a long time. Maybe even thousands of generations, and we must never lose our power. His expression was one of pride. And to accomplish that, we must remain calm. When we come across a brick wall, we can't needlessly bang our heads against it. Instead, we should simply go around such an obstacle, even if it does take us a little longer. We need to be smart and weigh our actions carefully. He shook his head. Obviously, we're not afraid of Sawyer, but we do have to be cautious. Besides, we have more important things to worry about. He frowned. We've already wasted enough of our time worrying about Sawyer. So, I've made a decision. From now on, we should be careful to avoid angering him. Keep him happy. Try to avoid attracting his attention. He intends to cause trouble with the demon sect and set us against the Rumble Club. But let's not give him a reason to do so. Bella opened her mouth to complain, but Cam continued. We just need to bide our time. I won't forgive or forget what happened to Bella. I have a long memory, and when the time is right, I'll pay him back with interest. Sawyer is now on our hit list. His eyes traveled over to Bella, and he scowled. The demon sect always collects on what we're owed, and Sawyer will be no exception. When Bella saw how angry Cam was, she felt reassured. His argument had been reasonable, and she knew he was right. But she was still very angry, and she couldn't quite let it go. What about Alex? She complained. We can't touch him until we deal with Sawyer, but we can't let him go. He's also skilled in martial arts, and some people think that he's a master. I think they might be right. If he's not, then he's very close to it, and we can't let him get any stronger. She bit her lip. And there's something else. It's a strange kind of medicine. Something that's been handed down for thousands of years. We need to learn its secrets. She desperately wanted to obtain some of Alex's golden health powder. And now that she had been injured, she was even more determined. Lachlan was also extremely interested in the healing powder, but he knew Cam was right in his assessment of the situation. Sighing, he reminded him, Don't forget that Sawyer said Alex must be protected. Alex is nothing. Cam's eyes narrowed. He's not worth bothering about, so we'll leave him alone. Our goal is to appease Sawyer, so we can't do anything that he'll be unhappy about. We can't risk disturbing the peace just to deal with a small fry like Alex. It wouldn't be worth the cost to us. He paused, his expression thoughtful. Of course, just because we placate Sawyer does not mean everyone else has to. Gabriel's the son of a powerful man in the Ghosts, one of the top members. Gabriel was expected to follow in his father's footsteps. But then Alex injured him so badly that he may never recover. I hadn't thought the Ghosts would return, but I don't see them being able to swallow this insult. And if they do decide to return, they'll go after Alex for us. He grinned, rubbing his hands together. And that way, Alex gets dealt with and nobody can blame us for it. It's perfect. He smirked. And if we're very lucky, maybe Sawyer will try to defend Alex, and then the Ghosts will deal with him too. We could get rid of them both without having to do anything. The mood in the room lightened, and Lachlan nodded, his eyes sparkling as he gave a half smile. I see what you mean, he said. I hadn't thought of it that way. Well, are we in agreement? Cam asked, looking around. Is that how we're going to handle it? Everyone nodded. Cam had been extremely persuasive, so they were happy to accept his way of thinking. Then that's settled, Cam said with satisfaction. But there's something else you should know. I had people do some more digging, and they did learn something interesting. What? Lachlan asked, puzzled. If you want to defeat an enemy, then you must first develop a deep understanding of them, Cam said wisely. Alex doesn't seem like much, especially compared to someone with Sawyer's reputation, but they do have one thing in common. Alex is connected to Clark Fairfax of the Rumble Club in some way. Clark Fairfax? Bella repeated, surprised. She hadn't known about that. Yes, I don't know much about Alex, but he does appear to be highly skilled, and only a few members of the demon sect have reached his level. The young man has a bright future ahead of him. Big organizations like the Rumble Club are flourishing, and they're always discovering new talents. Between these new fighters and Alex, other sects are growing more powerful all the time. He raised an eyebrow. A strong sect with many martial arts experts wouldn't normally pay so much attention to a stranger like Alex. But Clark and Sawyer are determined to protect him. Don't you find that a little strange? He smiled. We need to investigate this. I want to know the nature of the relationship between Alex and the Rumble Club. Why do so many powerful people stick up for that young man? Don't worry, Lackland said cheerfully. I'll have my men look into it. Alex took Sawyer back to his apartment at Oak Ridge High School to get some sleep. He had planned to send Sawyer back to the hospital, but Sawyer had insisted that he wanted to spend the night in Alex's apartment. When Sawyer had seen where Alex lived, he had frowned. Although he hadn't said anything, Alex had seen his expression, and he knew that Sawyer didn't believe this place was good enough for someone like Alex. When he got up in the morning, Alex read over some medical texts in his room, and then he had some breakfast. When he went to call Sawyer, he discovered that the other man had gone. Curious, he went outside and found Sawyer standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked distracted as he gazed at the school. Sawyer, I left some breakfast for you, Alex said, walking over to stand next to him. Why don't you go inside and have some? No, thank you, Sawyer said. After spending all those years in a wheelchair, I like to get outside and look at the scenery whenever I get a chance. That's much more important to me than eating. When news of Alex's presence spread through the school, some of the teachers dropped by to say hello, and he greeted them politely. They also smiled at Sawyer, but he barely acknowledged them, too busy looking around. It's nice here, he said, sighing. I never thought I would experience this again. I thought I was fated to die in that chair. Episode 670, An Unexpected Gift. No, Sawyer, you were meant for greater things, Alex said, glancing at him. Your life has never been a normal one, and we don't live in ordinary times. You're right, Sawyer said, nodding. Alex, I want to talk to you about something. I have a request to make. Go ahead, Alex said. Sawyer put a hand on Alex's shoulder. I heard that Dr. Albrook's clinic belongs to you now, and I was hoping you would allow me to stay there with you. It's not just about wanting to repay you for curing me. I'm so lonely in that hospital, and it would do me good to get out of there. Maybe I could spend a few days at your clinic and get some rest. Before Alex could answer, Sawyer rushed on. My life has been very different to yours, but we still have things in common, and I can be of use to you. Maybe you could find me a job there? I'm not proud. I'll do anything you need. I could sweep floors, make tea and coffee, and provide security. Anything. He held up a hand. I'm not asking you to pay me. Just provide me with food and shelter, and I'll be satisfied. I can stay as long as you need me to. Does he really intend to stay at the clinic and do chores? Alex wondered, stunned by Sawyer's request. After all, Sawyer had been the enforcer for the Rumble Club, and Alex was aware of the club's status through his friendship with Clark Fairfax. The organization was incredibly powerful, and within it, Clark was an important man. But Sawyer's position was even higher. Besides, Sawyer was also incredibly skilled. Alex had seen him fight several times, and he knew he was probably one of the top martial artists in the world. He stood there, too dazed to respond. "Alex, am I not welcome?" Sawyer asked, smiling at him. "Don't be silly," Alex shook his head, trying to clear it. "Of course you are, but Sawyer, you're a well-respected fighter. So why do you want to live in my clinic? You're better than that, and I don't understand." "Ah, but you've forgotten," Sawyer interrupted him. "I've been lying in a hospital bed for 20 years, so I'm used to a quieter life now. Clinic will suit me just fine." He took a deep breath, seeming to enjoy the fresh air. "So, will you let me stay at your clinic?" he asked, turning to look at Alex. "You're not the only one with enemies. Are you worried that I'll bring trouble to your clinic? Is that why you don't want me there? If that's the case, then just say so, and I won't mention it again." "No, I'm really lucky to have you around," Alex said, stretching out his hand. "You can stay at my clinic for as long as you like. I was just worried that you won't like working there. But if you want to give it a try, then let's do this." Sawyer shook hands with him. "Then it's settled," he said. Later that morning, they arrived at the Woodside Clinic, and Alex introduced Sawyer to Kendall, Sophie, and the other doctors. Then Alex asked Sawyer to fill the prescriptions. Sawyer had spent a lot of time in hospitals before Alex had cured him. He was also an experienced martial artist, so he was familiar with different medicines. So, within a few hours, he had gotten into the swing of things and was enthusiastically carrying out his new job. In the Rumble Club, Sawyer had devoted his life to dealing in death. Now that he was working in the healthcare business, he was equally dedicated to preserving life. Alex was relieved to see Sawyer fitting in so well with the other staff members, and his previous unease melted away. He was thrilled to have someone like Sawyer on board. With Sawyer there to provide security, Alex dismissed the extra guard he had previously posted outside the clinic. Sawyer would be able to deal with most threats by himself. At noon, Alex invited Sawyer to eat with him, but Sawyer refused. "Hey, don't treat me any differently," he said, smiling. "I'll grab something when I get a chance. You don't have to worry about me." Alex was glad to see Sawyer doing so well. He was a model employee, and he worked hard. Everyone seemed happy to have him there. Sawyer had traveled all over the country when he had been young, and he had learned to get along with most people. His social skills were excellent, and he was highly adaptable. In the afternoon, they only had a handful of patients, so Alex decided the others could handle it. He found a quiet room and sat down to study for the next round of the top doctor competition. Moments later, he heard a noise coming from outside. When he looked out the window, he spotted a man stepping out of a fancy car. The man was carrying a gift box as he walked toward the clinic. Curious, Alex left the room and went to meet his visitor. He discreetly checked the man out and found him to be fit and healthy. Clearly, he hadn't come here for medical assistance. "Who's Dr. Ambrose?" the man asked, looking around. "I'd like to speak to him." His tone was respectful, and he smiled politely at everyone. "Who are you?" Alex asked, stepping forward. "Oh, I'm Bella's uncle, Cam Fitzroy," he said. "I know that Bella offended you the other day, and she wishes to make amends. She sent you this gift to show you how sincere she is." He put the gift box on the table. "Please accept this." Through the transparent box, Alex could see several Pacific orchids, and he could tell they were of exceptional quality. They were a rare subspecies that could cure disease, and sometimes people visited the Moon Palace in the Appalachian Mountains, hoping the Moon Maidens would be able to treat them with these orchids. Alex was tempted, but Sawyer's expression indicated that he was suspicious. Considering Bella's poor behavior, Alex had to admit that he wasn't convinced anyone from the demon sect could be trusted, no matter how cordial Cam seemed. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Cam. The man must be older than Bella, but he appeared to be no more than 10 years younger than her. Alex knew that was a result of practicing martial arts. Bella was rude that day, Alex said. But it was no big deal. There's no need for such a valuable gift. He shrugged. If there's anything else you want to say, then do so. We can just skip the pleasantries. Ah, you're such a direct young man, Cam smiled, smiling warmly. I like that. Episode 671, The Complication. Sawyer had said that he would visit the demon sect within the next 3 days. Alex knew it would result in fighting, so he wasn't interested in speaking with Cam, but he was being polite anyway. Alex, I came here to apologize for Bella's rudeness, Cam said. I've spoiled her since she was a child, and now she's acted recklessly. I've spoken to her and explained the error of her ways. He gestured to the flowers. I wanted to express my regret by giving you these Pacific orchids. They're still fresh and vibrant, so I thought they may be of some use to you. He smiled. I also heard that you're a miracle doctor. I've had some problems with my health recently, and although there are doctors in the demon sect, they can't seem to figure out what's wrong with me. Perhaps you might have better luck. Alex glanced at Sawyer, who didn't seem to be convinced. Sawyer had broken Bella's arm and defeated 5 of the sect's top warriors. He was familiar with Cam and his family, and he knew that they had a mean streak. Cam's apology was completely out of character, and it didn't make sense. Alex thought for a moment, and then he smiled at Cam and said, The demon sect attacked me. It's a fact. You don't have to apologize, but I haven't decided if I'm willing to forgive you yet. After all, if I allow people to treat me badly, then no one will take me seriously. He spread his hands. And then that'll only encourage others to do the same. Obviously, I can't allow that. Besides, it's not just my decision. It involves Sawyer, too, so we'd have to be in agreement. He looked over at Sawyer, who gave him a look of apathy and shook his head. Turning back to Cam, he said, I'm afraid he's not in the right frame of mind to negotiate with you right now, so it's solely up to me. He gestured at the flowers. Take those back. Don't need him, he said, his tone cool. I really want to get rid of any hostility between us and restore the peace, Cam said. He gave a small laugh. There may always be some friction between us, but I'm sure we can all agree that harmony is the most important thing. He made no move to pick up the flowers. I'm friends with Dr. Albrook, he said, so I don't want any trouble between us. If you doubt my sincerity, then you can ask anything you want of me, he said. What can I do to make you happy? Just name it. As an elder of the demon sect, he hoped his humility would persuade Alex that he meant what he said, but Alex wasn't buying it. You'll need to come back and speak to Sawyer another time, Alex said. He has the final say. He sighed. But you've come all this way and you did say you needed to consult a doctor, so let's see what I can do. Doesn't Sawyer have the time to see me now? Cam asked, eager to get this over with. But he could see that Alex was getting impatient, so he decided not to push it. He would wait for another opportunity to resolve the matter. He can't see you right now, Alex repeated. Sawyer turned and left, heading for the room Alex had given him. Alex reached out and took Cam's wrist to feel his pulse, realizing that Cam was in good health and stronger than his 50-year-old appearance would suggest. Cam remained calm and smiled at him like they were old friends. He knew he didn't really need a doctor. It had been an excuse to check out Alex and see what kind of man he was. When they were finished, Cam showed Alex some of his martial arts moves, and Alex could tell that he was a master. "So, how am I?" Cam asked. "You're older than Bella," Alex said, shrugging. "But you must be 10 times better than she is. It's just that..." He trailed off. "Just what?" Cam's interest was piqued. "It's just that you seem quite angry and worried," Alex said. "So I think you might benefit from one of my special sedatives." He looked at Cam earnestly, noticing that his face was becoming red, and he was concerned about his blood pressure. Cam was about to get up to leave when Alex said, "Don't move." Cam sat down thinking, "Your medical skills are great, but I'm not that impressed." "Your body's impressive, Cam," Alex said, "but there's one problem. You were once stabbed in the abdomen with a sharp sword, and your muscles and veins were seriously damaged. You thought that it had completely healed and that there's only a scar left, but it hasn't fully healed. I've seen a lot of familiar cases, especially with veterans who've been injured in wars." He had Cam's full attention now. "When you're a master," Alex continued, "this kind of injury doesn't typically last long. But there's an added complication in this case, and the problem will persist." Episode 672, What Should I Do? "I think the sword that was used to stab you is poisoned," Alex said. "Although you once had a young and powerful body, you're now older, and your body doesn't heal as well as it used to. And I'm guessing you didn't seek proper medical treatment at the time." He raised an eyebrow. "I'm betting you just rested and relied on your own powers to force the poison out. And then, instead of dealing with it, you allowed it to heal on its own." He shook his head. "You're an important man in the demon sect, and you should have been treated by the best doctors. But I assume the situation was critical and you were in a rush to chase down and kill your enemies. Unfortunately, your haste has left some of the poison behind. Now that you're a master, you don't care about the wound because you feel fine, don't you? And as a warrior, you're probably proud of your wounds." Cam looked at him indifferently. "But if you don't cure the root cause, you won't make it to next year," Alex said seriously. Cam didn't care. It was an old injury from over 20 years ago and he felt fine. He had always looked youthful, and he was in peak condition, so he didn't believe he would die next year. He had gotten tests done in the hospital at the time, and the results had all shown that he was in perfect health, so he didn't believe that any of Alex's claims could be true. But he didn't realize that Alex's diagnosis should not be taken lightly. Just from feeling his pulse, Alex could see Cam's problem, and his analysis was right. Still, Cam felt a little uneasy. His injury was a secret, even with the demon sect, and those who had known had died long ago, so it should have been impossible for Alex to know what had happened. His scar had never given him any trouble, and the injury had occurred so long ago, so he didn't understand why it should be a problem now. He didn't know if Alex was telling the truth, but he was beginning to worry that he may be right. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Your power is extraordinary if you can know all of that just by feeling my pulse. I believe you, but your words are, hard to accept. I expected to be 100 years old, and by practicing martial arts the way we do, that shouldn't have been very difficult to achieve. So, how can I be dying?" He thought for a moment and then sneered. "Maybe you're just trying to intimidate me. If I'm in the hospital, then I'll be out of your way, right?" His eyes were fixed on Alex, trying to read him and waiting to see if he would give anything away. But Alex remained expressionless as he said, "The winter before last, your wound gave you trouble again, and your health deteriorated, but you ignored it. Now it's about to happen again, only worse." He picked up a piece of paper and tore it into small pieces, and then dropped them, allowing the pieces to be strewn across the table in front of him. Next year, your wound will tear open and then close, open and close, until it ends up like this. You see? He had nothing more to say, and Cam didn't reply, so he asked him to leave. But Cam didn't get up. He had been trying to process what Alex had said. "You mean to tell me that my wound will be like this piece of paper?" he asked, frowning. He didn't want to believe it, because his body seemed to be in good shape. But Alex's medical skills were second to none, so it wouldn't be wise to ignore him. "If you don't get treatment soon, then yes, that's what will happen," Alex said. "If you doubt my medical skills or my character, then please feel free to go." He threw the bits of paper into the trash. Cam fell into deep thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't be angry, Alex. I don't doubt you. It's just hard to believe all that you said when I feel fine." "Maybe you still don't believe me, but you're worried," Alex pointed out. "I can see your illness, and I can cure it. Trust me." He poured a glass of water for Cam, showing him kindness. He could see that he was finally lowering his guard. "So, what should I do?" Cam asked humbly. Alex met his gaze. "We're going to need to open the wound, remove the toxins inside, repair the muscles and surrounding tissue, and then apply some medicine." Episode 673, Where's Marianne? Alex continued to describe the process of healing Cam. "We'll finish by sewing you up, and then you'll just need some time to let it heal. As long as you rest and don't let it reopen while it's healing, you should live a long life. You're otherwise healthy and strong, so I have no doubt that you'll recover quickly." He shrugged. "It's surprising to see a martial arts master so ill, but at least you have the advantage of using your inner power to assist the healing process. The medicine I have works even if the patient is in the worst condition, and it'll keep you from getting sick again." Cam realized that the medicine in question was the one Bella had told him about. "Golden health powder?" he blurted out. Alex nodded. "But I only made a small amount of it, and now I've run out. I need about $15 million to research and manufacture more of it as soon as possible." "If you can save my life, then $15 million's not a problem," Cam said, smiling. "I'll go and prepare for the surgery." "Good," Alex said. "We should do it as soon as possible. If it gets any worse, then the treatment will be much more complicated. So be careful not to strain yourself." Cam stood up and said, "Okay, I'll be in touch soon." They shook hands, and after a few words, Cam turned around and left without the Pacific Orchids. "So you're going to treat him?" Sawyer asked from the doorway. He had come back from his room and had overheard their conversation. "If he's willing to believe me and let me treat him, then I'll save his life for $15 million, Alex said. He got up and made a cup of tea for Sawyer. "But I think he's suspicious of me, so he'll never let me treat him. After all, the demon sect is our rival, so he probably thinks I'm trying to get rid of him." He smiled. "It doesn't seem natural for a leader of his standing to sit here and respectfully ask me questions. So I suspect he's just using me in exchange for a favor, that's all." He shrugged. "Even if he believes what I said is true, he would never let me touch him and put himself at risk. His biggest worry is that he'll die. Even if he's suffering now, he's too smart to put his life in my hands. He's a proud man, and he knows his body. When he goes back, he'll certainly get more tests done. If he finds any trace of illness, then he'll use my method to deal with it." He could see straight through Cam. He's showing weakness, but it's all a ruse. "It won't get him anywhere," Sawyer said, and then he burst out laughing. "Even if he doesn't give us $15 million, we still have 3 Pacific Orchids, so it doesn't matter. We'll be in a very good position." Alex narrowed his eyes. Marianne has to speed up the production of Golden Health and push the samples out early. He was worried that other people were getting too interested in developing healing powders, and it was important that he get his version on the market first. He decided to keep the Pacific Orchids and asked some of the other doctors to begin work on them, hoping he could use them to cure Celeste. After a few days, he had heard no news from Cam, but Marianne had sped up production, so they were on track to have a new batch of Golden Health powder soon. The future of the company relied on the project, so Marianne had taken charge of everything. She'd even helped with the decor for the new office buildings. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, she called Alex and asked him to go to the Golden Health Powder Pharmaceutical R&D Center to see what else was needed. So, he made his way there and asked Kendall to meet him. The research center was located in a remote area because of the top-secret nature of the project. It consisted of 3 7-story buildings, and it was all used for research and development. Just as Alex arrived and got out of the car, he heard a loud explosion, followed by a panicked scream and someone shouting, "Fire!" Looking up, he saw a red glow inside the office building. He watched as flames quickly spread through the 2nd and 3rd floors, until finally, the entire building was on fire. Bright flames and black smoke billowed out of all the windows, and the heat could be felt from some distance away. It had happened so fast that the people inside had barely made it out in time. Workers poured out of the entrance, including Marianne's secretary, Julie. Running out in a panic, she tripped and fell. "Are you okay?" Alex rushed over to help her. "What's going on? How did this happen?" "A car battery exploded and set fire to a pile of decorations and curtains," she replied, her face pale. "Thankfully, we got out in time. The fire spread so fast that if we had been any slower, we would have been trapped inside." She looked up at the burning building, her eyes wide with fear. Alex glanced at the crowd that had escaped the inferno. "What about Marianne?" he asked. "Did she come out with you?" He looked over at Julie, whose eyes filled with a look of sheer panic. Episode 674, The Inferno. "She was on the 7th floor, and I didn't see her come down," Julie said. Before she could say anything else, Alex rushed into the burning building and disappeared into the thick black smoke. "Is he crazy? He'll die in there," someone said. "The whole place could come crashing down at any moment." "Young people are so impulsive," an older man said. "He's probably just left something behind, but it's not worth his life." Everyone was shocked to see Alex run inside as though he had a death wish. The entire building was on fire, and there was no way anyone could be left alive in there. They'd only just made it out themselves. "Has anyone called 911? Someone shouted. But they could already hear the wailing of the ambulance sirens in the distance. Inside the building, Alex pulled up his shirt to cover his mouth and nose as he ran through the inferno. Smoke was all around him, filling his lungs and stinging his eyes. He knew he was in danger, but he couldn't leave Marianne to die in the fire. As he rushed up the stairs, he heard a loud bang, and a bucket of burning paint came crashing down at him. He managed to dodge it, but some hot paint splashed him, searing his skin. He carried on as if he hadn't felt anything. The smoke was so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He called out Marianne's name in the darkness. It was his only hope of finding her. When he got to the 7th floor, he called out her name over and over, but he still didn't get a response. He smashed open the fire cabinet, picked up 2 fire extinguishers, and sprayed the flames in front of him so that he could see a little better. A flash of movement in one of the rooms caught his eye, so he rushed over with a fire extinguisher. He kicked open the door, feeling heat wash over him, and then he attempted to put out the flames, coughing as he moved forward. "Marianne!" he cried out into the thick smoke. A faint voice called out from the corner of the room. "I'm here." Relieved, Alex rushed over and turned on the flashlight from his phone to get a better look at her. Marianne was curled up in a corner, trapped by a piece of scaffolding. She had a pained look on her face, and her breathing was shallow. She had already inhaled too much smoke, and her left hand was bleeding where she had been scratched by a nail when she had fallen. Her skin had suffered a few burns too, but none of her injuries appeared life-threatening. "I'm so glad I found you," Alex said, keeping his tone soothing. "You're going to be okay." He lifted the scaffolding off her and helped her up. Then he tore a strip off his shirt and wet it with water from a glass on the desk nearby him. He held it up to her mouth and nose, helping her to breathe more easily. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "It's too dangerous." She coughed a few times and then said, "I can't walk. I think I sprained my ankle. Just go. Leave me here." At this point, she knew that it would be hard enough for him to get himself out. There was no way he could get her out too, and she didn't want him to risk it. "I'm not going without you," he said stubbornly. With little effort, he picked her up and swung her onto his back. Then he began making his way back outside. Burying her face in his shoulder, she suddenly felt a wave of emotion come over her. Alex was risking his life to save her, and she didn't know how she would ever be able to repay him. If they made it out of the fire alive, then she would do whatever she could to make it up to him. A moment later, there was a sharp crack, and the ceiling in the corridor began to collapse right above them. Burning boards were coming down all around them, and Marianne reached out to protect Alex's head, determined to take the blow herself. Just as she closed her eyes to brace for the impact of falling debris, Alex batted it away, but he was struck in the face by black ash. It stung his eyes, and they began to water. Marianne reached out to wipe his face, but he said, "I'm fine. Keep your face covered." He opened the door to the stairwell, locating it by memory. The stairs were partially blocked by all kinds of burning debris, and the railings were burned and deformed. Despite this, he fearlessly charged forward, using all his strength, still carrying Marianne. His lungs burned and she could barely see, but he made it all the way down to the 4th floor before discovering that the stairs were now completely blocked. There were paint cans melted on the steps, and the flames were too high to move through. They went back into an office, making it there just as an explosion came from a nearby room. Doors and windows vibrated, glass shattered, and debris went flying as flames rushed out. Alex quickly dodged most of it, but he was hit with some debris, making him grunt in pain. "What was in that room?" he asked, surprised. "It sounded like a bomb went off." "There's a storage room over there," she pointed across the corridor. "It had various flammable materials." She paused. "And there are large windows for ventilation." Alex took a strained breath and then looked over at the storage room. It was hard to see through all the smoke, but Alex could just make out that the security door was burning. Another explosion rang out, and Alex rushed into the room without delay. Ignoring the flames and the glass all over the floor, he lowered Marianne to the ground and picked up a chair. "Quick, take off your stockings," he ordered. She gave him a startled look, but then she did as he asked. "Get back. Stay away from the window. he said as he lifted the chair over his head and threw it through the window, shattering the glass. Then he grabbed her again and jumped out the window. On the ground below, Julie and the other employees watched with their mouths hanging open as Alex and Marianne fell from the sky. Someone screamed, and several people gaped in shock. Surviving a fall from the 4th floor of a building would be miraculous. Episode 675, The Daring Escape. Everyone watched in horror as Alex and Marianne fell from the 4th-story window. Alex held Marianne tight in his arms, and then he threw her silk stockings around a water pipe, hoping that it would break their fall. Unfortunately, the stockings couldn't bear the weight of 2 people, and they ripped, sending the 2 of them crashing toward the ground. Luckily, Alex's quick maneuver had slowed their descent before they slammed into the grass. Alex landed on his back with Marianne still in his arms. They lay there stunned, but they were both conscious. Alex wiped the blood from his lip and groaned in pain. Marianne lifted her head to look at him, and she could see the pain etched on his face, but she had no idea how badly he was injured. "Don't move," she whispered to him. "You're going to be okay." Julie and the paramedics came rushing over, shouting their names. Alex coughed and then wiped another trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine, don't worry." If he hadn't been holding Marianne, then he wouldn't have sustained as many injuries, but the impact had clearly done some damage. "You're coughing up blood. Are you sure you're okay?" Marianne asked. She was concerned that he might have internal bleeding. "Why did you hold me the whole way? We should have jumped separately." "I didn't want you to get hurt," he replied, shrugging. "Go and get checked out by the medics now. Leave me be." But Marianne refused to leave his side and unexpectedly kissed him. Alex was speechless. Julie stood next to them, looking worried. "Are you sure you're both all right?" she asked, biting her lip. "We'll be fine," Alex replied. "What about you? Are you okay?" "No, not really," she said, clearly on the verge of tears. "What's wrong?" Marianne asked. "My sister's still up there," Julie said. She had just realized that her sister was not among the crowd that had fled the building when the fire had broken out. They both looked at her, too stunned to speak. That afternoon, Julie had brought her sister to meet Marianne and had asked if she could join the new project. Marianne had refused because Alex had said that he didn't want anyone new who wasn't familiar with the project. This had upset Julie, and she had pleaded for her sister to be able to work. She explained that her sister had had a difficult life, but that she was now a medical student and she really needed this job. Marianne had pointed out that the company had regulations aimed at preventing nepotism, and she couldn't hire someone who hadn't been thoroughly vetted. She also hadn't been comfortable hiring someone so young. When Julie had begged, Marianne had ignored her and had gone to the 7th floor to relax. But Julie and her sister had stayed in the office, finishing their coffees. When the fire had broken out, Julie had gone to see what was going on and had left her sister in the office. Later, once the fire had spread and everyone had been evacuated, Julie had left the building, assuming that her sister would have gone down with everyone else. Marianne found it strange that Julie wouldn't have noticed her sister's absence until now. "How could you not notice? Why did you leave her?" she asked reproachfully. She looked up at the flaming building with despair. The fire trucks still hadn't arrived, and the entire building was engulfed in flames. There was no way anyone could still be alive inside.
I don't know, it's just human instinct to run.
Julie put her hands up to her face and began to weep.
It's all my fault.
Alex looked up at the building and said, "We need to get her out of there." Marianne turned to look at the crowd.
Why haven't the fire trucks come yet?
She asked incredulously.
I called them and they were on their way, but they got held up in traffic,
one of the security guards said quickly, stepping forward.
Then the road in here was blocked by a white car and it caused a bit of chaos. They'll get here, another guard said, but it's going to take a while. A white car?
Julie stopped crying.
Is it mine?
You're hopeless, Marianne said, rolling her eyes.
What's wrong with you?
She demanded, looking at the security guards.
Tell your team to go and get any cars out of the way. I'll pay for any compensation if you need to do damage.
Alex exhaled a long breath and tried to sit up.
I'll go back in. What? You can't, Marianne pleaded. We almost died up there.
I have to save her, he replied calmly. Marianne took his hand and tried her best to talk him out of it.
I don't want you to go up there again.
It's okay, he said. I rescued you and I can get her out too. He didn't want to go back in, but he couldn't leave someone in there to die. The expression on Marianne's face was a mixture of worry and anger.
You can't go,
she cried, unable to stand the thought of losing him. Alex gathered his remaining strength and slowly got to his feet. Marianne didn't have the energy or strength to stop him, and she couldn't walk on her sprained ankle. She cried out anxiously.
Alex, what are you doing? Please, don't go in there.
Julie, stay with her, he said, ignoring her pleas. When Marianne saw him heading back toward the fire, her heart sank. For the first time, she wasn't sure he would survive. She began to weep, knowing how risky it was for him to go back into the burning building. Beside her, Julie also wept as she wrapped her arms around herself. Alex went up to a security guard and said, "Give me your coat." When the guard handed it over, Alex soaked it before putting it on, and then he rushed back into the building with a flashlight in hand.
Is he crazy? Why is he going back in?
The security guard asked, watching him go.
He already saved you. Is there someone else still inside? Julie's sister's in there, Marianne replied. I don't know if he's brave or just stupid, but I'm impressed, he said. Remind me to buy him a drink, if he makes it out alive, that is.
Everyone saw Alex heading back into the building and watched in awe. He headed straight for the 3rd floor, where Julie had said that her sister had been. He hoped he could get her out before there were any more explosions. The fire was worse than before, but it only took him a few minutes to get to the 3rd floor. The coat he had borrowed was shielding him from some of the heat, but the fire had become so intense that the heat was unbearable. The whole corridor was filled with thick smoke, so he could hardly see anything. But he made his way over to the conference room and kicked the door open. Outside, Marianne stared up at the building and cried out Alex's name. She wanted to run in and drag him back out, but all she could do was pray that he would make it out alive. Episode 676, A Doctor on Call. Everyone looked up at the building anxiously, and then suddenly they heard a loud bang. They watched in shock as smoke came out of the windows on the 3rd floor. Flames went up in the air, and the lower 3 floors burned fiercely. Debris flew out of the windows and fell onto the ground. Everyone started to run further away from the building, covering their heads with their arms in an attempt to avoid being hit by the falling material. Those who couldn't move fast enough were struck, and one man's clothes caught on fire. Panicking, he rolled on the ground to put out the flames. Once everyone was out of danger, they remembered that Alex was still inside the building.
"There were a lot of flammable materials kept on the 3rd floor," someone said.
"It's no wonder it exploded." "Alex went in there to save someone, but now he's in danger," one woman said.
"What a pity,"
said someone else. "But he shouldn't have gone back up there." As she watched the building going up in flames, Marianne trembled, and she almost fainted. She opened her mouth to speak, but she found herself unable to. "Alex," she whispered. It was the only word she could get past her lips. Everyone felt sorry for her, and they tried to comfort her. A security guard walked over, holding a flashlight and pointing toward the building.
"Someone's coming out," he shouted excitedly. "I can see someone."
People looked in the direction he was pointing, and then they saw Alex stumbling out, carrying Julia's sister in his arms. It was a huge fire, and although Alex was a strong man and could have easily escaped the fire, it would have been very difficult to escape while carrying someone else. But he had brought Julia's sister out of the building alive, and everyone cheered for him. Marianne wept with joy and rushed up to him. "Alex, thank heavens you're okay," she said as she hugged him. Julie's sister, Alex, and Marianne were taken to the hospital for observations. Julia's sister was stabilized, but since she had inhaled a lot of smoke, she needed further treatment. Julia stayed by her side, but no one else from their family came to visit. After being checked over, Alex was discharged from the hospital, but Marianne was hospitalized for her sprained ankle, respiratory irritation, and some minor burns. She would need to be admitted for a few days. After checking on Julie's sister, Alex went up to the 6th floor to see Marianne, but when he got there, he found her asleep. He didn't want to disturb her, so he left the room and decided to go and make her a broth that would make her feel better. He went to his clinic and cooked a large pot of broth, and after drinking some himself, he poured the rest into a thermos and made his way back to the hospital. It was getting dark and the night air was cold. "It's freezing," he thought as he zipped up his jacket. By the time he got to the hospital, he noticed that there were fewer staff members than there had been when he had left. Aside from the staff at the front desk and a handful of patients waiting to be seen, there weren't many people about. Alex stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a man in a white coat rushed in, pushing a trolley. He was wearing a mask, and the trolley that he was pushing held various kinds of medicine. He was obviously a doctor on the night shift. When he saw Alex, the doctor looked at him sharply. Then he regained his composure and pressed the button for the 5th floor. But Alex narrowed his eyes when he noticed the doctor's hands. He had calluses all over them, and also a few scars. He was also wearing military boots, which made Alex suspicious. What kind of doctor wears boots like that, he wondered. As he was thinking about it, the doctor sneezed and stepped back. Then he pulled his mask down and blew his nose. As Alex looked at the doctor's reflection on the elevator door, he was astonished. How is that possible, he thought. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He clenched his fists. But before he could react, the doctor pulled his mask back on. Seconds later, the door opened on the 5th floor, and the doctor pushed the trolley out of the elevator. The squeaky wheels grew quieter as he walked away. Alex remained in the elevator and went up to the 6th floor. As soon as he reached Marianne's room, he crept in and left the thermos by her bedside. Then, as quick as a flash, he dashed down the stairs to the 5th floor. Right away, he saw the doctor pushing his trolley to the end of the corridor toward the intensive care unit. There were 6 members of the ghosts at the door, all armed. They looked brave and imposing, and Alex realized that they were taking shifts to guard Gabriel. The doctor remained indifferent and approached them at a leisurely pace. On seeing him, the ghosts looked him up and down. "Who are you?" asked one ghost. "We don't need another doctor here. We're taking care of Gabriel." But the doctor ignored him and pushed his trolley into the hall. "Stop!" cried one of the other ghosts. "Didn't you hear us?" As they followed him, the doctor turned around and forcefully pushed the trolley at them. With a bang, the trolley hit the ghosts, and dozens of bottles of medicine fell to the floor, shattering the bottles and releasing their contents. There was a pungent smell in the air, and then a flame arose, quickly spreading to the ghosts' clothes. The ghosts roared and started to beat the flames on their bodies. Meanwhile, the doctor took the opportunity to run past them toward Gabriel's room. "Stop right there!" yelled one of the ghosts. But the doctor continued to run. The ghosts ignored their burns and pulled out their weapons, but that didn't hinder the doctor. He grinned, and then he took off his white coat and threw it on top of the ghosts. One ghost had avoided the attack, and now he charged at the doctor. But the doctor was too fast for the ghost and easily evaded him. Episode 677, Exposed. The doctor pushed the trolley at the ghosts, knocking them backward. Then, after kicking open the door to Gabriel's room, he rushed inside. Stalking over to the bed, he took out a dagger out of his pocket and swiftly brought it down. There was only a faint sound from Gabriel, who only briefly lifted his head before all movement ceased. The doctor flashed out of the room and ran past the ghosts, who were still dragging themselves to their feet. On spotting the doctor, they roared as they moved to surround him. The doctor pulled out a dagger, and the ghosts brandished their swords, and before long they found themselves in a fight. Within moments, 3 of the ghosts were injured, but the doctor also sustained an injury. His mask was pulled off by the tip of a sword and fell to the floor, revealing his face. "Alex!" roared one of the ghosts. The rest of the ghosts also recognized the man as Alex, their sworn enemy. The man didn't respond. He pulled out a gun and shot at the light switches, plunging everyone into darkness. The ghosts instinctively ducked down as the man fired bullets to stop them from attacking. And as he was shooting, he retreated to the corridor and stopped by a window. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed onto a rope that was tied to a pole. Then he stepped onto the windowsill and pushed himself out while holding onto the rope. With one movement, he swung across to the other side. The ghosts yelled as they ran to the window. Drawing their own guns, they started to shoot at the man they thought was Alex. But although they were swift, the dim lights in the corridor made them unable to see their target, so they missed him. They dashed forward, intending to cut the rope. But by the time they had done so, the man had disappeared. The ghosts were furious and cursed him as they ran into Gabriel's room. They turned the lights on and saw Gabriel lying on the bed. As soon as they saw his blanket soaked in blood, they knew that he was gone. The ghosts froze, and an unspeakable fear spread among them. "Announce Gabriel's death," said one of the ghosts in a somber tone. That night, the ghosts didn't get any sleep. First, Jacob Randolph had been killed, and now Gabriel had been killed. Meanwhile, the man who had killed Gabriel made his way out of the hospital without attracting any attention. He walked to the back of the building and climbed over the wall. But when he jumped down on the other side, he was stunned to see what awaited him. Alex stood in front of him, his eyebrow raised. "Good evening to me," he said mockingly. The man's eyes widened with surprise. "Alex, it's you," he said nervously. He hadn't realized that the man he had seen inside the elevator was the very person he would be impersonating. Alex pulled out a knife. "You didn't expect that, did you?" he asked. Then he burst into laughter. "And I didn't expect to bump into myself, so I guess we both got a surprise." The man glared at Alex and said, "You're no match for me, so you better move out of my way." Alex's expression was indifferent. "I don't care whether Gabriel's dead or alive," he said, shrugging, "but I won't take the blame for someone else." When Alex had rushed to the 5th floor, he heard someone yelling about Gabriel's death, and he had guessed that someone was trying to take advantage of his recent altercation with the man. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill Gabriel and then blame it on Alex so that the ghosts could deal with him. But Alex didn't care about making enemies. He had already killed Jacob, the leader of the ghosts, and Gabriel was nothing compared to him. "Who do you think you are?" asked the man, taking out his dagger. "I'm not afraid of you." "Very well," replied Alex. "I'll play you at your own game." He raised his knife, prepared to fight, and then he charged at the man. The imposter was taken aback and thought, "Not only does he move fast, but his knife moves even faster." Although Alex had learned about fighting with blades in his martial arts training, he rarely had an opportunity to practice it, so he intended to take full advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to find out the man's identity, so he didn't want to kill him. He needed him alive. The man glared at Alex and yelled as he charged at him. He clenched his dagger and wielded it vigorously. He tried his best to dodge Alex's attack, but Alex was relentless. Both sides fought hard. After the man successively dodged Alex's knife, he raised his dagger, lunging at Alex. Alex retreated a few steps to avoid the attack. Then he rushed forward and used his martial arts on the man who was taken by surprise. He quickly took a step back and looked at his dagger in disbelief. It had been cut in half, and he realized he was bleeding. Then Alex struck again. The man's face contorted as he pulled out another dagger. The two weapons collided, and then with a crisp sound, the dagger cracked, and the man felt a sharp pain. He was stunned. How could a small knife break 2 daggers in half, he wondered. What's more, the knife Alex was wielding was still in perfect condition. The man moved quickly and tried his best to avoid the knife, but he wasn't fast enough, and it struck his shoulder. He groaned in pain as Alex threw him against the wall. Every part of him hurt, but he picked himself up again. Alex didn't stop there. He pulled his left hand back and punched the man, wanting to put an end to his tricks. The man yelped and put his arms out in front of him. He had been defeated and could no longer continue to fight, but Alex grabbed his arm and hauled him closer, grabbing him by the neck. "Who are you?" Alex demanded. "A puppet of the demon sect?" The man quickly took a small pill out of his pocket and put it into his mouth. But Alex, realizing that it was a poison pill, slapped him and knocked the pill out of his mouth. The man closed his eyes and didn't make a sound. If he could have swallowed the pill, he would have avoided having to reveal his identity. But now he would have to confront Alex. "Why don't you just kill me?" he asked defiantly. Alex shook his head. "Don't provoke me, or I might just do that." The man held his head up, determined to die with dignity. Episode 678. Two can play that game. Alex pulled off the man's mask and looked at the scar on his left cheek. "I have many ways to make you speak," he said. The man stared at him, his lip curling with contempt. He was specially trained, so it would be more difficult for Alex to make him speak than to kill him. "I'm a good man, and I don't like to torture people," said Alex, gently patting the man on his face. "So I hope you don't test my patience." Cam held up a sonogram image of his abdomen and examined it carefully. After leaving Woodside Clinic that day, he had gone to the hospital to have an ultrasound scan done, and he had been told that there was slight swelling around his abdominal wound, although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He frowned. He wanted Alex to treat his wound once and for all, but he didn't trust Alex not to kill him. At the same time, he was afraid that Alex's prediction would come true if he didn't get treatment soon. Dr. Lewis Hall, the best doctor within the demon sect, was now examining him. Lewis had become famous in the medical field 30 years ago. Now his medical skills were unmatched, both within the demon sect and outside it. After examining Cam, Lewis frowned. "It seems like your wound is a little swollen, but I can't be certain," he said. "Perhaps Alex might be right." Cam trembled as he recalled what Alex had told him. Just as he was starting to get agitated, Lackland hurried into the room with a happy expression on his face. "We've done it," he exclaimed. "It's been reported that Alex killed Gabriel." "Are you sure that Gabriel is dead?" Cam asked slowly. Lackland nodded confidently and said, "Yes, the hospital has confirmed that he was killed in his bed. The police also confirmed that Gabriel was dead, and they're going to question Alex in relation to his murder." Lackland took out his phone and brought up some photos. "See, I even have photos of Gabriel's body." Cam glanced at it, and then he nodded with satisfaction. "It's good that he's dead," he said. "So, what's the ghost's reaction?" "They're raging," replied Lackland, "and they're calling for revenge. If the police hadn't held them back, then they would have rushed to the Woodside Clinic to attack Alex." He smirked. "The ghosts have also received news that Gabriel's father, Oren, is absolutely furious and is coming to deal with Alex tomorrow morning. Oren's not only good at administering drugs, he's also a qualified doctor. So if he takes on Alex, then Alex won't have a chance." He knew Alex was a powerful man, but he believed that Oren could defeat him. Cam nodded and his eyes flashed. "Use your relationship with the authorities to make it easier for Oren to get Alex," he said. "Of course, the news of Sawyer's recovery shouldn't be revealed. It'd be better not to worry the ghosts." Lackland nodded. "Okay, leave it to me," he said reassuringly. Then Cam asked in a low voice, "Can the killer be trusted?" "Don't worry," replied Lackland. "I sent one of the top members of the demon sect, Ricky Stan. Not only is he confident, he's also very reliable." He smiled and then said, "I would have promoted him to a higher position if he was older. Since I'm one of the older members of the demon sect, I'll have to guide him for the next few years." He looked at Cam with concern. "Since Oren will be dealing with Alex, and we all know how powerful Alex is, we should all be on our guard from now on." Then he stood up and bid farewell to his brother. As he was leaving, he stopped in his tracks with a troubled expression as he thought, "Gabriel's been dead for a while, but I haven't heard from Ricky yet." After the altercation with Ricky, Alex had tied him up and dragged him away. Instead of going to the clinic, Alex went to the Fairfax compound. After Alex had rescued her, Melanie Murdoch had been recovering at the villa. To avoid being hunted down, she usually stayed indoors and didn't go out much. There was no one else present in the villa. Ever since Alex had started living there, Clark hardly went there unless there was some important matter he had to deal with. Alex handed Ricky over to Melanie and asked her to interrogate him and find out his identity. Then he called Timothy and told him everything that had happened. He asked him to delay the investigation and make sure the police didn't trouble him for a few days. He needed a little time to gather his evidence, and he was also taking part in the Top Doctor competition the following day. Timothy promised to delay the investigation as much as possible so that Alex could take care of business. Reassured, Alex went back to the clinic to get some sleep. He also warned Sawyer that they should be careful in the following days. The next morning, Alex woke up early to practice, and then he made his way to the Top Doctor competition. At the entrance of the examination building, Alex saw Wayne Shannon. "Alex, it's so nice to see you again," said Wayne. He shook Alex's hand and smiled. "We have a lot of skilled contestants today, but I'm optimistic about your chances." It was clear that he admired Alex. "Thanks, Wayne," replied Alex. "I'll try." "Yes, just do your best," said Wayne. He loved to see talented people succeed. "I'm expecting you to take back the title of Top Doctor for Baltimore. We haven't won the competition in years. Instead, it's been won by doctors from cities in the South. It'd be a shame if a doctor from Baltimore didn't win this year." He patted Alex on the shoulder and said, "But with you here this year, I have hope." Alex nodded and promised to do his best, and then he walked into the examination hall. Not far away, several contestants saw Wayne and Alex's friendly exchange and were a bit surprised. They didn't usually see Wayne showing so much respect to someone so young. This year's Top Doctor competition was very simple. Each contestant would have to diagnose and suggest a treatment plan for 10 randomly selected patients. Wayne and his team would then re-examine those patients and compare their diagnosis and treatment plans to those of the competitors. Each participant would then be ranked from high to low according to their scores, and the top 10 would go through to the finals, which would be held in 2 weeks. This hall could hold more than 1,000 people, and there were 100 tables set up on which all kinds of medical equipment were placed. The contestants came in one after another and sat down at their designated tables. Alex sat down at table 14. He looked up at the 2 cameras above him, and then he glanced at Melissa, who was sitting at table 13. Episode 679, The Competition. Melissa put her hair up in a bun and looked at Alex. "You know, Alex," she said, "this is a practical competition, so it would be useless to rely on facts memorized by note. If you're not a qualified doctor, you really shouldn't be here. What if you made a patient's condition worse? Neither Wayne nor Mr. Franks would be able to protect you." "Mr. Franks? Who's that?" Alex asked, trying to remember. "I knew you were just taking this opportunity to get close to me," Melissa said, rolling her eyes. "Mr. Franks plays an important role at the state medical board. Whatever issues Wayne can't fix are solved by Mr. Franks." She smiled at Alex affectionately. "I can't believe you don't know him," she said. "Why do people praise you for being an amazing doctor? I thought Mr. Franks said that you were his friend, but perhaps he was talking about someone else." Although she was young, she was very good at reading people. From her previous experience with Alex, she felt she knew him quite well. She had pursued him after finding out about his status and wealth, but when he had rejected her, she had started to become resentful toward him. Since then, whenever she would see Alex, she would assume that he was flattering her and trying to get close to her. She also believed that while Alex had read more books, memorized things by rote, and was good at theory examinations, he couldn't compare with her in clinical assessments. and for that reason, she always thought she was above him. Alex smiled at her and said, "Is Mr. Franks really that well known? Maybe I'll remember him when I see him." When Alex had first taken over Dr. Isaiah Albrecht's clinic, Mr. Franks had become a medical board investigator responsible for the inspection of medicinal materials. As Alex was speaking to Melissa, hundreds of patients queued up at the entrance of the hall. Each patient had picked a ticket with a number on it, and they would see the doctor with the corresponding number. The clinical assessment was free to all patients that day. Once they had been examined by the contestants, they would be re-examined by Wayne and his team to check whether the contestants' assessments were correct. This meant that patients could get an accurate diagnosis and treatment plan for their conditions, so they were more than willing to participate. The competition began. The first patient to come to Alex's table was a middle-aged man who found it very painful to sit down. But when he saw how young Alex was, he doubted his abilities. He looked at Alex scornfully and said, "I came here to see a doctor. If you're not one, then you should leave so that I can get proper treatment." Then he sighed in disappointment. "It's true what they say," he muttered under his breath. "You only get what you pay for." Alex's remaining 9 patients were also shaking their heads, and it seemed that they were not very satisfied with Alex either. Melissa covered her mouth as she smiled, gloating at Alex's troubles. Alex ignored them and concentrated on the middle-aged man. "You find it difficult to sit for long periods, and you suffer from stomach and lower back pain," he said after examining him. "It's because you have hemorrhoids." 2 patients nearby started whispering to each other. "You don't know what you're talking about," the man said, clearly embarrassed. Alex wrote out a prescription. "If you don't treat it now, you'll end up on bed rest for at least half a month," he warned the man. When he saw the man looking at him doubtfully, he added, "If you don't believe me, you can press on that location and check for yourself." The man frowned. "Just press it," said Alex. The man was unconvinced, but he put his hand behind his back, and to prove Alex wrong, he pressed hard on it. Unexpectedly, he felt a sharp pain, and he cried out. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his face turned red. Alex handed the prescription to the man and said, "The level of pain you feel when pressing will show you the severity of the hemorrhoids. Take this prescription and order refills. If you take the medicine continuously for a week, then your symptoms will improve. If you take it for half a month, you may be cured from it completely." "Are you trying to scare me?" asked the man. Alex shook his head. "If you don't believe me, then you can go and get a re-examination." The man looked nervous. He grabbed the prescription and quickly ran to the re-examination room. 5 minutes later, he came out of the room looking disappointed. His condition had been diagnosed correctly. Alex received full marks on his first assessment. Melissa flushed. She hadn't expected Alex to get it right. Alex examined the remaining 9 patients. Not only did he accurately diagnose their conditions, but he also gave them effective treatment plans. The patients were all grateful and praised Alex for being a good doctor. Hours later, all the assessments were completed, and 10 contestants were selected to go through to the finals. Once again, Alex was at the top of the list with full marks. All the other contestants were surprised that he had ranked first in both the theory and the practical tests, and they looked at him enviously. Wayne ran over to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Alex," he said. "You've made the finals." His admiration for Alex grew. Alex had seen 10 patients and had made no mistakes with the diagnosis. In fact, the treatment plans he suggested were better than what Wayne and his team would have suggested. "Well, I'm a doctor," replied Alex, shrugging. "If I can't get the assessment right, then how can I treat patients?" He grinned. Besides, today's patients were easy to diagnose. Wayne smiled and then he walked away. "Cut the arrogance, Alex," said Melissa. She was surrounded by several other contestants, and they all looked at Alex with scorn. Alex frowned and glanced at Melissa. "Well, it's at least better than giving someone the wrong diagnosis for their condition," he said mockingly. "What do you mean by that?" retorted Melissa. "Just because you've seen a few patients, do you think you're a great doctor now?" She started to grow angry. "In this field of work, you have to treat more than just a handful of patients. Besides, shouldn't you follow up with the treatment of those patients to see if your assessment was correct?" Episode 680, Rematch. Melissa couldn't understand it. How did Alex suddenly become so popular, she wondered. He stood first in the theory examination and in the clinical assessment. It's as if he'd done this before. She started to feel very uneasy. Then she remembered what she had seen before the competition had begun. Alex and Wayne having a friendly exchange. Melissa concluded that Alex must have bribed Wayne to let him win the competition. Now she felt justified in challenging Alex. "Come on, Melissa, let's go," said one of the other contestants. "Wayne wants to put Alex on a pedestal, so we obviously can't match up to him." She looked at Alex with disdain and remarked, "What some people would do for a little fame and wealth." "They think we can't see what's going on," said Melissa. She sneered at Alex and turned around to leave. "Stop," said Alex. "What do you mean by that? What's going on?" Melissa was furious. "Do you think we don't know what you did?" she yelled. "Maybe you have no principles, but we do." Their argument attracted everyone's attention, and some of the other contestants came to see what was happening. "Melissa, if you have something to say, then say it clearly," said Mr. Franks, approaching. Since the competition had begun, Mr. Franks and Alex hadn't spoken. They had just politely nodded to each other from afar. But now that Alex was closer to him, he recognized him, and he remembered him as an honest and respectful man. "Mr. Franks, do you really not know what I'm talking about?" asked Melissa. She gave him an indignant look. "We're not fools," she said. "Do you think we can't see what's going on? The board has let Alex cheat in this competition. If we speak up about it, the board's reputation will be ruined." Everyone gasped and looked at Mr. Franks and Alex in surprise. Mr. Franks' expression grew hard. "Melissa, you must tell us exactly what you mean," he said. "If the medical board has cheated, then where is your evidence? If you can't provide any, your claims will be considered as slander." "How is it slander?" she asked, folding her arms. "Alex got full marks in the theory examination and everyone was surprised. For the practical test today, he came first again. So he got the diagnosis of all 10 patients correct and suggested the most effective treatment for each patient. Are we supposed to believe that?" She shook her head. "We've all made mistakes and our treatment plans were not perfect. Alex didn't go to medical school and has no medical background. So how could he have gotten it all right while we couldn't?" She snickered. "It's understandable that Alex got full marks for the theory exam since it relies on factual knowledge and rote memorization," she continued. "But carrying out clinical assessments requires medical skill and training. So how can a novice do it correctly for 10 patients in a row?" She raised an eyebrow. "Would you be able to do that, Mr. Franks?" Mr. Franks' face fell. "I don't think I'd be able to do it," he replied. "But that doesn't mean Alex can't. Come on, said Melissa impatiently. A year ago, Alex hadn't treated a single person, and now he's become a top doctor? Does that sound likely to you? There's only one explanation for it. The medical board wants him to be known as the best doctor in order to build their reputation and make Baltimore popular. She glared at Alex and said, I look down on people like you who cheat their way to become something they're not. The other contestants also looked down their noses at Alex and believed that Wayne had allowed him to cheat. They started discussing it amongst themselves. So, it was all arranged by Mr. Shannon and his team.
It's no wonder that Alex was able to rank first in the theory exam and also in the clinical diagnosis test.
Yes, it can't be a coincidence that he is ranked first in both tests. He most likely is cheated.
In that case, it seems Dr. Wilkinson was right to want him kicked out. Dr. Shannon was very harsh with Dr. Wilkinson, and now we know why. He was colluding with Alex all the while.
Everyone thought something suspicious was going on. It was easier to believe that than to accept Alex had won both tests fair and square. Alex simply smiled. Melissa is determined to cause trouble, he thought. This is nonsense, Alex said. The organizers haven't done anything wrong. It's just your malicious speculation. Mr. Franks was upset too.
Melissa, you're accusing the board of foul play, but you don't have any proof, he said.
No, I don't have any evidence, Melissa replied. But I can prove to everyone that Alex is a fraud. She looked at Alex provocatively. Alex, I want you to compete against me. If you fail the challenge, then you'll be thrown out of the competition, and you won't be allowed to practice medicine in the future. Several contestants looked at Alex. One asked, Do you agree to the challenge? This was a battle to protect his honor and that of the medical board. If he failed it, he would lose his reputation as a doctor. Of course, I'm in, replied Alex confidently. Without waiting for Mr. Franks to speak, Alex looked at Melissa and said, But if you lose, in addition to apologizing to Mr. Franks, you'll have to leave the competition, and you won't be able to practice medicine anymore. Do you agree to those terms? He wanted to play her at her own game. Melissa raised her head and nodded. Okay, it's a deal, she said. Everyone will witness it. She didn't think that she was any less capable than Alex. Now that they'd reached an agreement, the other contestants chose a patient for them. Since treatment was free that day, many patients with complicated illnesses had attended. After a few moments, a man in a wheelchair was pushed in. He was in his 40s, and he was short of breath and shivering. Everyone noticed that he was elegant and well-dressed, and he seemed to come from a wealthy family. Although he was in bad condition, he nodded politely at everyone. Alex stepped forward and pushed the man's wheelchair toward Melissa. Melissa, you can go first, he said. According to the rules of the competition, Alex put in earplugs to avoid hearing Melissa's diagnosis. Melissa was calm. She put her hand on the man's wrist to feel his pulse, and then she asked him lots of questions about his health. Then she picked up a pen and a piece of paper and began to take notes. Episode 681, Diagnosis and Cure. Looking proud and confident, Melissa signaled to her companion to tell Alex to remove his earplugs. Alex, you've misjudged me, she said. You thought I would struggle with this, didn't you? Look, if you're not sure what's wrong with the patient, I can show you my notes and give you some hints. She smirked at him. No need, Alex said. The patient's limbs ache, he can't stretch them, and he's finding it more and more difficult to stand or walk for any length of time. If he has to walk for more than 5 minutes, he suffers intense pain. In addition, his legs are particularly susceptible to the cold all year round. Even in the summer, he has to wear multiple layers to keep his legs warm. Several jaws dropped. Alex continued. Your diagnosis is hypotension, resulting in physical weakness, brain fog and drowsiness, a pallid complexion, and abdominal pain. You've prescribed a course of corticosteroids and have recommended an increased intake of sodium and potassium, either through diet or supplements. His tone had been indifferent, but for the people listening, it was earth-shattering. Melissa's smile had frozen, as had the hand holding the paper with her diagnosis. One competitor glanced at the paper and said, "A corticosteroid? Sodium and potassium? Wow, it's all correct." Everyone looked at Alex in shock, wondering how that was possible. They had never thought that Alex would be able to diagnose the patient by sight alone, or that he would accurately describe Melissa's treatment plan. It was amazing. If the patient hadn't been brought in at random, they would have thought it was a setup. Melissa was sweating. She truly hadn't expected Alex to be successful. Her carefully written out diagnosis had become a useless piece of scrap paper. On hearing Alex's diagnosis, the patient exclaimed happily, "Yes, doctor, the diagnosis is just as you've described. I've been to many hospitals, but no one's been able to cure me. Some of the medication has helped a little, but as soon as I stop taking it, the symptoms return. What can I do?" Alex took a step forward and closely looked at the man. "I can see you've tried diuretics and beta blockers," he said, "but I'm guessing they haven't helped with the pain. You've also been using a cream made from an extract of aconite, am I right?" The man was stunned. Alex was absolutely correct. He really was a miracle doctor. "None of that'll help you in the long term," Alex explained. "Your joints are cold and stiff, you have poor nutrition, and your immune system is severely compromised. Everything you're taking will only treat the symptoms rather than the root causes. But if you stop taking them, then things will quickly get worse. I'll treat you and I'll give you another prescription. You should take it 3 times a day for a month. Of course, you'll still need to wrap up warm." He wrote out a prescription and started his treatment, which was a combination of acupuncture and massage. Soon, the man was touching his legs in excitement. "You've done it, doctor," the man said. "My legs feel so much better." Alex smiled and said, "You won't need the wheelchair anymore. You should be able to walk now." The man stood up and pushed away the wheelchair. "There's no pain," he said, grinning, "and it's much easier to walk." He walked up and down several times with no sign of pain on his face, thrilled that he would never have to use a wheelchair again. Everyone was amazed. Alex had cured the man's condition in no more than 10 minutes. Melissa turned pale as she muttered to herself, "How is this possible?" Alex walked up to her and sneered. "Are you satisfied?" he asked. "Now apologize to Mr. Franks and withdraw from the competition, or I'll sue you for slander." All of a sudden, people were shouting at Melissa, insisting that she apologize to Mr. Franks and Alex. No way, she thought. How could she apologize to the guy who had been stalking her? Her eyes flashed with panic, thinking that she must have been right. No one could be as good as that without cheating, so the man in the wheelchair must have been a plant. She kept making excuses for herself, and then she ran out of the room in tears. "Thank you for treating me," the man said to Alex. "What luck I was chosen to be your patient. I'm forever in your debt. If there's anything I can do to repay you, please let me know." He handed Alex a gold business card. Alex read the name written on the card and was surprised. Fabian Welsh. He remembered Jessup had once described him as the biggest lawyer in Baltimore. While Alex was at the competition, Riley was in the VIP room of the Baltimore racecourse. He was scrutinizing a piece of paper, on which was a handwritten recipe, written in beautifully neat handwriting. Julie sat next to him, quietly sipping her tea. "Is this the secret recipe for the golden health powder?" Riley asked. "Are you absolutely sure?" "I'm sure," Julie said. "This is definitely the recipe. It was securely locked in a desk drawer of the Research and Development Center." "We had to burn the building down to give you the chance to retrieve it," Riley said with a smile. "But it was worth it. My only regret is that we didn't kill Mary Ann." "Riley, we're just after money," Julie said, frowning. "Why threaten Mary Ann? Let me make it clear to you that Mary Ann and I have no personal grievances. I'm just doing this for the money, that's all. I want you to promise that you won't hurt Mary Ann." With that, Julie gave Riley a long, hard stare. "I may just be a pawn in your game," she said, "but without me your plan will fail, so you'd better take me seriously." "Sometimes things go wrong," Riley said, shrugging. "However, you can rest assured that Mary Ann's life is of no value to me. She was just unlucky that day. I didn't try to hurt her deliberately. She'll be fine, don't worry." He sat quietly for a moment and then asked, "Does Mary Ann know you took the recipe?" "Certainly not," Julie said with a shake of her head. "The R&D Center's been burned beyond recognition, and Mary Ann's office has also been destroyed. As far as she knows, the recipe was burned in the fire. She won't suspect that the secret recipe was stolen, nor will she suspect me." She took a sip of tea and said, "It was all done neatly." "Very well done," Riley said. "Thank you," Julie responded. "All that's left is for you to pay me. I can't see us working together again." Episode 682, Recipe for Success. "Julie, I'm not finished yet," Riley said. "I need you to do something else for me." Julie's expression turned stony. "You promised you would hand over the money once you had the recipe," she said. "What else do you want from me? Are you going back on your word?" "Not at all," Riley insisted. "Don't get me wrong. Look, I'll give you the $1 million we agreed to, and add another $200,000. It's a lot of money. You can trust me, Julie. Where else are you going to get a payday as big as this one?" He gritted his teeth, determined to win her over. "The secret recipe is just the beginning," he continued. "I want to see if Alex or anybody else is actually producing this medicine. I want you to ask around and find out everything you can. There could be all kinds of problems to uncover. That's why I've delayed paying you until now." Julie thought for a moment, and a trace of desire flashed across her face. "I believe you this time," she said. "Transfer the $1 million we agreed on and I'll agree to continue working for you." After that, they shook hands and Julie left. Riley waved his hand in the air, and a young man came into the room. "Yes, sir," he said. "Get me Norman Fuller," Riley ordered. About 15 minutes later, Norman arrived and said, "You wanted to see me, sir?" Norman had worked for the Naismith family for more than 20 years and was incredibly loyal. Riley trusted him completely and always gave him the most important jobs. "Find someone to make this recipe," he said, handing over the paper. "Remember, keep it absolutely confidential. Let's see if we can make our own golden health powder. The sample must be produced as soon as possible. If it's of a higher quality than our own healing powder, then you will immediately apply to register the brand and cut off Alex's chance to produce it," he smirked. "If we register it successfully, then when Alex puts his product on the market, we can sue him for everything he's got. What Alex has done to me, I'll repay with interest." Norman smiled and said, After winning the lawsuit, we can use the publicity to start aggressively promoting the product. Our sales will be huge. Don't worry, sir, I'll take care of everything. He took a photograph of the recipe and burned the original. With the physical evidence destroyed, Alex wouldn't be able to prove anything. Norman was a very careful person, so Riley knew he would be meticulous in his approach to the job. When I've mastered this medicine, Riley said, I'll drive Alex out of Baltimore and force him to pay a heavy price for insulting me. He'll be ruined. Riley scowled, thinking of the day Alex had caused his pants to fall off and had cut his palm. Don't worry, sir, Norman said. We'll make him pay double. By the way, what's Alex doing now? Riley asked, feeling more cheerful already. He was with Marianne in the hospital, wasn't he? Alex isn't in the hospital, sir, Norman said. He had been in charge of monitoring Alex over the past few days. He went to participate in the Top Doctor competition. The latest news is that he's made it through the next stage. The Top Doctor competition? Riley asked in surprise. How did he end up there? He's nothing but a half-baked doctor, Norman said. So he took part in the Top Doctor competition to try to earn some money and make a name for himself. If he wins the competition, then his status in the medical world will be significantly improved. Riley crossed his arms and sighed. I'm not worried, he said. But he seems to be involved in everything. It looks like he's determined to build a permanent foundation in Baltimore. He's certainly aiming high, Norman said. It's a pity that he's so naive. He already has too many enemies, so he'll be finished sooner or later. Yes, said Riley. He's seen the bright lights of Baltimore, but he's basically just a poor kid from the wrong side of the tracks. How does he think he's going to take over the world? Norman shrugged. You're right. The upper echelons of society rely on inside information and networking with an exclusive group of people. No matter how powerful he is, Alex's opportunities will be very limited. It isn't easy to just squeeze in at the top, but he just doesn't get it. The Thorntons will never accept him. Riley nodded in agreement. Oh, Norman said, and he killed Gabriel Ramsden last night. Someone in the police is protecting him, but the ghosts and the Thorntons are no pushovers. He's in a very dangerous situation now, but he still doesn't know it. He's too busy dreaming of being a famous doctor. Alex killed Gabriel? Riley asked, his mouth hanging open. Yes, sir, Norman said. He was killed in the hospital last night. Alex escaped afterward, but several people have already confirmed that he did it. Now Gabriel's father, Orrin, has arrived in Baltimore, accompanied by another son and daughter, Bo and Beth. Norman lowered his voice and said, Sir, what should we do? Well, Riley said, Marianne's got nothing to do with this matter, but the ghosts might take her to threaten Alex, and that'll end badly. Norman laughed and said, Okay, sir, I'll warn them. While Riley was thinking about how to stir up trouble, Alex arrived at the hospital to see Marianne, bringing her another thermos of soup. He was a little worried about how the situation was developing. Soon enough, after walking up to her floor, his nose twitched and he smelled something that seemed completely out of place in a conventional hospital atmosphere. It was a very subtle scent that most people wouldn't have even noticed. It was the smell of cherry blossoms, and it seemed to be following him around. His expression didn't change, but he quietly sent a message, and then he headed to Marianne's ward. Episode 683, Vegetable Soup. There were two of Marianne's security guards standing on either side of the door when Alex went in. He nodded to them and made his way to her hospital bed. Her condition seemed to be much better, and she wasn't in as much pain. As Alex approached, she was doing fitness exercises. "I thought you had a sprained ankle," he said. "Why are you doing those exercises? You're going to hurt yourself." Marianne stopped what she was doing, tied up her hair, and went to sit down on the edge of the bed. "I've been lying down for too long," she complained. "I needed to move about a little. Anyway, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." "Here, have some soup," Alex said, setting a thermos on the table. "Even if you don't like it, I expect you to eat it. It's good for you." Marianne looked pleased. "Oh, thank you, Alex," she said. "I can't believe you brought soup for me again. I'm flattered." She wiped her hands clean with a wet tissue and then sniffed at the soup. "What is it?" she asked. "It smells amazing. It's as good as the broth you left before. I'm sure it must be equally delicious. Even if it was bitter medicine, I would finish it all. You're so kind." Alex found a chair, sat down, and said, "It's vegetable soup, but it does contain a special herbal medicine that I brewed. Try it. It'll treat your injury." "Herbal medicine?" Marianne asked, frowning at him. "Yes," Alex said. "Why else would I have made you soup? It's not like we're dating or anything. We're in a business partnership now, and this has nothing to do with personal feelings. Do you understand?" Marianne pouted and said, "My hand hurts, okay? I can't really pick it up." "What are you talking about?" Alex said. "Didn't I just see you exercising? So why can't you feed yourself?" Marianne's face turned red, and she muttered something to herself he couldn't catch. "Just try it," he said. He opened the lid of the thermos mug and handed her the soup. Marianne took it and started to eat. She was happy to drink the soup made by the man she adored. She had thought it would be bitter and astringent, but after a sip, her eyes brightened and she began to eat faster. After a few mouthfuls, she was reluctant to give up. The more she drank, the more animated she became. Alex looked at her intoxicated appearance and said impatiently, "You don't have to finish it all now. How's Julie's sister?" "Oh, Alex," she said excitedly, "you would make such an excellent chef." "Don't exaggerate," Alex replied, rolling his eyes. "Answer the question." "She's out of danger," she explained, "but she hasn't woken up yet. Her condition is still relatively serious, but the doctor said that she would wake up tomorrow. As for any lasting problems, they can't say yet. The doctor found some problems with her lungs, but you saved her life by getting her out of the building. When she wakes up, I'll make sure she thanks you." "That's not necessary," Alex said, waving it away. "I wasn't trying to save her. I was saving the company. We can't let it fail before we've made a profit." Marianne's eyes shone with tenderness as she reached out and grabbed Alex's hand. "Alex, let's be together," she said. "I love you so much. Give me a chance." For a second, Alex stared at her, but then he laughed and said, "Give it a rest, Marianne. It's never going to happen between us. I felt sorry for you at first, but we've had this conversation too many times. We have a business relationship, or we won't have a relationship at all. Once the Golden Health powder is ready, if you still haven't put this idea behind you, I'll consider letting my girlfriend join the business so that we can avoid any more conflict. Understand?" Marianne smiled. "It's okay," she said. "I understand. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful. But I can't see how anyone could be good enough for you." She was still smiling, but it contained a hint of sadness. She was a woman of class, but she was still not as good as Alex's sweetheart. Alex was a little surprised by her attitude and said, "I'd better go. I'll see you another day." "Okay," Marianne said. She felt that Alex had saved her life, and that wasn't something that she could just let go of. "By the way," she said, The secret recipe for the golden health powder was in the research and development center, and I didn't take it out in time. She had some more soup and sighed contentedly. Now it's a pile of ashes, she said, and I didn't have a picture of it in my phone. Alex then sent a picture of the recipe to Marianne and said, having a paper-based recipe isn't a problem. The issue is whether we can develop the powder quickly enough. But don't worry, I'll get Julie to find us a new place today. Marianne nodded. In a week at most, business will have returned to normal. I guarantee that the first batch of samples will be made in 20 days. The door opened and a female doctor appeared. One of the guards stopped her and asked, "Who are you?" Alex frowned, noticing that odd smell again. "I'm the patient's family doctor," the woman said. "Please go and see the attending doctor immediately. He has an update on Marianne's condition." Alex got up and said, "Okay, I'll go. Where's the attending doctor?" He followed the female doctor out and was led down the corridor. Finally, she turned and said, "The doctor is in the last room at the end. Go quickly, he's waiting for you. If you can't find him, then ask a nurse." "Okay," Alex said. He followed the doctor's directions and went through a pair of doors. Once Alex had gone, the doctor turned back to Marianne's ward. As she opened the door, the same guard challenged her. "Doctor," he said, "what else can I do for you?" The doctor didn't speak. She raised her right hand and blew powder into the faces of the two men. Episode 684, Surprise Attack. The powder instantly covered the mouth and nose of the two guards, and they fell silently to the ground. The doctor hurried into the ward and closed the door. Marianne's heart sank. "Who are you?" she asked calmly. "Who sent you?" "Don't worry, Marianne," the woman said. "I won't kill you. You're just going to be a pawn in my game, that's all." Her eyes twinkled coldly. "There was no bad blood between us until recently," she said. "But we've been left with no choice but to act. Your lover killed my brother." "Alex killed your brother?" Marianne asked. "That's right," the woman said. "My name is Beth Ramsden. I'm Gabriel's sister." Of course, Marianne knew about the conflict between Gabriel and Alex, and she had also heard the news of Gabriel's death. Beth smiled. "Gabriel was my younger brother," she explained. "I raised him myself. It's only right for me to avenge his death." "If you want to kill Alex, then why didn't you just do it now?" Marianne asked. "Why avoid him and come looking for me? Are all the Ramsdens afraid of his strength?" She scowled. "You know that you can't beat Alex, but it's crazy to think you can use me to get to him." Beth approached Marianne and said, "You know I won't kill you. You're my weapon, and I'm not going to use you to kill Alex. You were the direct cause of my brother's death, and I'm not going to let you go. Riley tells me that you and Alex are close to each other, and that makes you valuable." She took a syringe out of her pocket and said, "Don't resist me, or this will end badly for you." She was just about to inject the syringe into Marianne's neck when chaos erupted in the ward. A sword lashed out from under the bed and narrowly missed Beth's abdomen. She screamed, caught off guard, and quickly retreated. She hadn't known that there was anyone else in the room, as she had thought that she had succeeded in leading Alex away. But she didn't know that Alex had been waiting for her, so she had been careless. As she retreated, Beth tried to grab Marianne and pull her along with her. She knew that without Marianne as a hostage, she would be too exposed. but she failed. As she caught Marianne's hand, the sword struck again, and this time it pierced her chest. Beth's face contorted in pain, and she was forced to drop Beth and retreat to the door of the ward. However, as she reached the door, Celeste appeared with her sword held high, and there was nowhere for Beth to go. Celeste was just too quick for her. Beth hadn't expected any of this, and she couldn't dodge her. She was shocked and confused. It wasn't just Alex and Marianne she had to deal with. There seemed to be enemies on all sides. There was no time to think about anything else. She raised her sword to meet Celeste's and drove it toward her opponent with all the strength she had left. Life and death were separated by instants, and she couldn't lose focus for a second. The swords clashed loudly, and the two fighters came face to face. For a moment, there was stillness, before Celeste readjusted and managed to strike a blow to Beth's right arm, causing her to drop her sword and scream. Then, with her left hand, Beth managed to throw out a handful of the black powder that had taken care of the guards moments ago. Celeste sidestepped the powder, and Beth took the opportunity to turn and run. Clutching her injured right arm to her chest, she pulled open the door of the ward and headed out into the corridor. Before she could take another step, she was thrown back into the room with force. She collapsed against the wall and looked up to see Alex standing over her. Beth was trapped, but she was still fighting. With a sweep of her long legs, she tried to knock Alex to the ground. "Alex, be careful," Marianne cried. Alex merely grabbed Beth's ankle and gave it a violent twist. Then he leaned forward and quickly incapacitated her. Her arm had stopped bleeding, and she could no longer move a muscle. Alex picked up a cup of water from next to Marianne's bed and looked at Beth with a calm smile. "Miss Ramsden, I presume? You're lucky to be alive. Were you really planning to take revenge all by yourself?" "How did you know I was going to attack Marianne?" Beth asked through clenched teeth. "I was going to use her as a bargaining chip, but it wasn't really planned. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea." She couldn't understand it. Everything had happened so quickly. All she knew is that she had been stabbed, beaten, and subdued. "I certainly didn't know you were going to try to take Marianne," Alex said, shrugging. "But many of the people around me have been kidnapped, so I called Celeste just in case. Then you showed up soon after." He turned to look at Celeste. "Are you feeling better?" he asked with concern in his eyes. "Absolutely," Celeste said, smiling at him. "The Pacific Orchids worked wonders." Celeste had recovered very quickly and was just as nimble and brave as before. "But when did she hide under the bed?" Beth asked. "Has she been there all day?" If it hadn't been for the young woman in front of her, Beth felt that she wouldn't have fallen into Alex's hands so easily. At least she would have been able to escape after a fierce fight. She hadn't had the chance to use all her strength or her abilities. She hadn't even shown them half of what she could do. "It's the smell," Alex said. "You betrayed yourself with the smell of cherry blossoms. My sense of smell is unique, and I've come to recognize that particular fragrance whenever the members of the Ghosts are around." He had first noticed it when he had been attacked by Kendall, back when she had been one of the Ghost's assassins. So when he had sensed it again at the hospital, he had known that something was wrong. Episode 685, Cemetery Service. "Before you showed up, I knew you were watching me," Alex explained. "That's not the first time I've smelled the signature scent of the Ghosts. I sent a message to Celeste when I came in, even though I still wasn't 100% sure what was going on. But after that, you came to the door, and your scent gave you away instantly. So of course I was suspicious. He shook his head. So don't make yourself out to be so perfect. Your plan was flawed from the very start. Didn't you notice that when you approached Marianne, she wasn't the slightest bit panicked? I'd already given her a sign when I went out, and she knew something was going on. When I pulled you out to ask you where the doctor was, Celeste snuck in and hid right under your nose. How could you know the scent of the ghosts? Beth asked in surprise. It's almost undetectable, and it takes years to master. Those who know it are either ghosts themselves, or those about to be killed by ghosts. Where did you smell it before? I heard the Ramsdens were a family of ghosts, Alex said playfully. Have you never heard of me? That's strange, I mean. I know you guys were secretive, but honestly, if you don't know who I am and what I'm capable of, then you're not just secretive, you're also timid and blind. He rolled his eyes. Look, I know the fragrance has been implanted into your blood. I can smell you wherever I go, and I know you use it to recognize each other so that you won't be hurt by mistake, and so that you can easily find your colleagues. It's an elegant strategy for a group of assassins. It's a miracle that you can smell it because no one else can, Beth said incredulously. Celeste was also curious. She had known Kendall had once been a ghost assassin, but she had never noticed any particular smell coming from her. Even more confusing was that Alex had killed Jacob, the leader of the ghosts, and yet Beth seemed to have no idea about that. There could only be one explanation. The ghosts must have blocked all the news. By saying that Jacob died of natural causes, they would be able to save face. But at the top of the organization, there was surely a growing hatred of Alex, and they must have been waiting for the chance to strike. I actually have a long history with the ghosts, Alex said. Beth's stomach churned. She could tell he was speaking the truth. Somehow he knew about all of them. Stop it, Alex, she said. You win. You might as well just kill me now. If you don't, then my family and I will keep fighting to avenge my brother's death. A ferocious expression appeared on her face. Kill me, she shouted. Do you dare? If you have the ability, then kill me. Nice try, Alex drawled. But I can see what you're up to. You're trying to provoke me for the sake of a quick and hopefully painless death. It's a good idea, but I can't do it, I'm afraid. You can't die yet because you have to take me to find your father. You're taking me as a hostage to my father? Beth asked with a self-deprecating laugh. It looks like now I'm the pawn of your game. I'm one man on his own in the world, Alex said. You could have found me easily enough, so why did you want Marianne? I need you to explain. Explain? Beth growled. You killed my brother, and now you want me to explain myself to you? Who told you that I killed your brother? Alex said, raising an eyebrow. Don't make accusations without evidence. I'd admit it if I had killed him, but I didn't. So I'd say you've been a bit reckless, Miss Ramsden. Beth was livid, and she didn't believe him. All her information had been passed on through the ghosts, so how could it be wrong? Marianne was also surprised to learn that Alex hadn't killed Gabriel. She knew that he wouldn't bother to deny it if he had. Clearly, something strange was going on. Come on, take me to your people, Alex said, pulling Beth to her feet. When the time is right, I'll let you know what happened and why your brother ended up dead. Later that afternoon, at a private cemetery on the outskirts of Baltimore, Gabriel's body was laid out in the chapel. His body had been released after autopsy, and his family had arranged for him to be transported there for burial. Warren Ramsden had arrived in Baltimore in a hurry. He had not only brought his daughter and eldest son, but he had also brought 50 henchmen. All of them were loyal ghosts, and they were ready to fight to the death. At about 6:30, several black cars drove through the gates of the cemetery and stopped in front of the chapel. The door of the chapel opened, and 7 or 8 big men surrounded the car to protect it. Then Maria Thornton got out of the car, dressed in black and looking very solemn. Her hair was tied up, revealing a slender neck and a shining diamond necklace. She was sad because she and Gabriel had shared the same spirit, and there had been moments when she had thought they might end up together. With a bunch of flowers in her hand, she went into the chapel and stood by Gabriel's coffin. The chapel was large, but few people attended the service. There were more guards than mourners, which made the place look cold and desolate. Maria approached a man nearby and said, "Hi, Bo, I'm sorry for your loss." She patted him lightly on the shoulder. He was a tall man of about 30 years of age, and his expression was savage as he stared at his brother's coffin. Episode 686, A Grave Intrusion. "Thank you," Bo said, accepting Maria's condolences. "The rest of my family wanted to be here," Maria said. "But first, they want to make sure that Alex pays for what he did. So they've gone to speak with the police. Once everything is settled, they'll come to pay their respects." Bo nodded. It was comforting to hear that the Thorntons were doing their best to bring down his brother's killer. "We also feel partly responsible for what happened to Gabriel," Maria continued. "On behalf of the Thornton family, I apologize for your great loss, and we hope to make it up to you in some way. Cam Fitzroy has also asked me to offer you the help of the Demon Sect anytime you need it." "This means a lot, Maria," Bo said. "We appreciate all the support we've received from both the Demon Sect and your family. It's been such a troubling time. Still can't believe that Gabriel's gone." There was a flash of anger in his eyes. "We will not give up until justice is done. Only then can my brother rest in peace." He paused for a moment and sighed deeply. Who does Alex think he is? No matter how great his abilities are, there must be a way to get to him. The ghosts are also eager to see him dead and will stop at nothing. Maria felt comforted. He's right, she thought. There's no way that Alex can escape all these enemies unscathed. "Bo, I'm deeply saddened by your brother's death, and I'm also angry," she said. "Your family's been so generous to us over the years. My family's asked that I deliver an important piece of news to you here." Bo looked at her in anticipation, and Maria allowed herself to smile. "We're sorry that despite all our connections, we weren't able to protect Gabriel when he needed us most," she said. "To make amends, we've worked with the Demon Sect to procure a medical license for the ghosts." She paused to let Bo absorb the news. He looked completely stunned. "Are you serious?" "Yes," she said. "Starting next month, you can open hospitals here in Baltimore. The only restriction is that you must keep each center fairly small, with no more than 50 staff. But other than that, you'll have free reign over your operations." Bo was speechless. This all seemed surreal. Maria gestured to a man who walked over and handed her a document. She smiled gently at Bo. "You still don't believe me? Look, it's all in here." Bo looked at her with wonder, and it took him some time to respond. "Maria, forgive me," he said. "I honestly don't know what to say. For so long, the ghosts have been banned from doing business in this city. It's been our dream to open a medical center, but we never thought it was possible." Well, you don't have to dream any longer, Maria said. You can open as many of these hospitals as you wish and bring your powerful healing methods to the people of Baltimore and beyond. People will travel thousands of miles to access your services, and you'll be treated as heroes. With this license in place, Bo knew his father's profile would be raised. People would be amazed by the treatments the ghosts could offer. It would not be long until their ancient healing methods replaced conventional medicine, and then the ghosts would dominate the healthcare market. He took the document in his hands and thumbed through it slowly, stunned at what he was reading. The contract was much more valuable to his family than Gabriel had been. Please tell your family that I appreciate their friendship, he said. This is the most generous deal. He paused for a moment and then continued. My father is still in deep mourning, so he hasn't recovered enough to tend to any business matters right now. But I know that this will mean the world to him. As soon as he's feeling up to it, I'm sure that he'll visit your family to thank you in person. In the meantime, please extend our gratitude to the demons, too. Of course, it's my pleasure, Maria replied. The demon sect is one of the best, and their roots go back thousands of years. Cam is highly respected, and he was instrumental in securing your license. Really? Bo looked surprised. That's interesting. I'll be sure to tell my father about Cam's efforts on our behalf. He paused for a moment, and Maria felt his eyes on her. She was aware of the Ramsden men's reputation, and it seemed she had caught Bo's attention. There was something else I wanted to say, she said. Our families have long been friends. A loud crash interrupted her, and through the chapel door, she saw that an SUV had crashed right through the gates of the cemetery, sending several of Bo's men flying through the air. To everyone's shock, the car continued to plow right through the graveyard, stopping just a few feet from the chapel door. Bo was furious. What the hell is going on? The windows of the SUV were tinted, and it was impossible to make out the driver. Maria was afraid, and she inched her hand closer to the pistol she had concealed on her body. Nobody destroys a sacred place like this and gets away with it, Bo shouted. Come out and show your face. At that moment, Alex opened the driver's door and jumped down onto the path. Without a word, he walked around the car and dragged another figure out from the passenger side. The man had a cloth bag over his head, and as Alex pushed him outside, he stumbled with each step. Seconds later, several ghosts jumped into action and surrounded the two men with their swords. Episode 687, The Real Killer. In a flash, Alex kicked out and hit the ghost closest to him. The man dropped to the ground, knocking the ghost next to him, who in turn knocked the next one over. Maria gasped as each of the ghosts fell in a domino effect. Alex drew out a long sword. Well, what do we have here? A gathering of Orin's minions? Alex, what are you doing here? Maria asked. Was it really necessary to break in like this? The air was full of tension as the ghosts slowly picked themselves up from the ground. They were angry, not only at being knocked down so easily, but also at how this young man had disrespected their leader. Bo was fuming. He had been wondering how he could track Alex down, and he couldn't believe that Alex would be arrogant enough to show up here unannounced. Who do you think you are? He demanded. First you killed my brother, then you wreck this funeral home while we're mourning him. Is this all part of some suicide mission for you? the ghosts closed in around Alex and the mysterious figure he had dragged in behind him. They bared their teeth as they tightened their grips on their swords. "Alex, have you no shame?" Maria asked, scowling at him. "Isn't it bad enough that you killed Gabriel? Do you have to disrespect him in death, too?" "You still think I killed Gabriel?" Alex asked. He turned toward the man whose head was still covered. "No. This is the man who murdered Gabriel, and I'd be more than happy to finish him off for you if that's what you want." Alex tore the bag from the man's hand and pushed him to the ground. As the hostage gasped for air, the ghosts drew closer. Then they stopped in their tracks and stared in disbelief. The man on the ground could have been Alex's twin. There was a long silence while the ghosts looked from one man to the other, trying to work it out. It was easy for Maria and Bo, who knew Alex better, to pick him out. But the ghosts couldn't tell the difference. Maria was afraid of what might happen next. Alex seemed even more out of control than usual. "I should call the cops," she thought. She reached for her phone, but her palms were too sweaty to unlock it, and she was shaking all over. Eventually, Bo managed to speak. "Alex, we don't have time for your schoolboy games. Cut the crap and tell us what's going on here. Who exactly is this lowlife?" Alex looked at the ghosts surrounding him. Over the previous few days, he had been practicing some ancient martial arts moves, and he thought this might be a good time to try them out. Bo stood there, eyebrows raised, waiting for a reply. "This lowlife goes by the name Ricky Stan," Alex explained. "He's a skilled fighter, almost as impressive as your ghosts, I'd say. It was Ricky who stole into the hospital, pretended to be a doctor, and killed Gabriel. Oh, and with that dumb mask, he looks a bit like me on a bad day." He looked at the ghosts. "Looks like you idiots could barely tell the difference. Now that I've given you my news, would you like me to tell me what you have there?" He nodded toward the piece of paper in Bo's hand. With a half smile, Bo handed over the license. As he scanned the document, Alex felt his heart thump. The Thorntons and the ghosts were even closer than he had imagined, so he would have to watch his step. Slowly, he handed the document back to Bo. "Congratulations. You obviously keep the right friends." The ghosts were still looking at the man on the ground. "Back to the current problem," Alex said. "I'm afraid we're still missing a vital piece of information. This poor fool is just a pawn, so we need to get to the bottom of who's really behind this." He looked at Bo. "Who would want to stir up things between your family and me? Who would have the most to gain from us fighting?" At this, Maria began shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other, and the color drained from her face. "Maria, maybe you could shed some light on this?" Alex asked. Maria straightened her spine and relaxed her shoulders. At all costs, she had to keep her family's secrets. If the Ramsdens found out the truth about her family's involvement in Gabriel's death, then it would destroy their friendship forever. "What? Oh, that's ridiculous," she said, glaring at Alex. "Of everyone I know, you are the best at making enemies and getting yourself into trouble." She glanced at Bo to gauge his reaction. His expression was calm, and he seemed to accept what she was saying. "I'm not afraid of you," she told Alex. "If you suspect someone in my family has had a hand in this, I'll be sure to investigate. But I strongly suspect that this man is simply an actor you paid to frame us." Bo put a steadying hand on Maria's shoulder and nodded slowly. "That makes the most sense to me. Don't worry, Maria, I'm on your side." He turned to Alex with his eyes blazing with anger. "Tell us where you picked up this actor. I want answers, now." The ghosts raised their swords and moved closer to Alex. Alex snorted. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" He shook his head. "I've told you the truth, and I've even brought you the real culprit. So stop threatening me, or you'll regret it." He looked at Bo. "Why don't you bring out the guards who were at the hospital the night that Gabriel was killed? Let them take a look at Ricky here. Maybe they'll recognize him. Then you can use your top ghost to torture or kill him. Your call." Bo thought it over. Just as he was about to speak, Ricky gasped and struggled to his knees. "Please, I beg you," he said. "Don't torture me. I'll tell you everything." Bo looked at him with contempt. It was clear that before throwing him in the car, Alex had already given him a beating, and Ricky was ready to cooperate. Bo nodded at him. "Go ahead." "Everything Alex told you is true," Ricky said. "My name is Ricky Stan, and I'm a registered member of the Demon Sect. Our leader, Cam, ordered me to go to the hospital and kill Gabriel." Episode 688, Bo's Choice. Maria looked startled. "This is absolute nonsense. The Demon Sect is friendly, and they would do no such thing. This man is a fraud." She reached for her pistol and aimed it at Ricky. Within seconds, Alex drew his sword, hitting Maria's wrist with the side of the blade and knocking her gun to the floor. A shot rang out, but the bullet missed its target and skimmed the thigh of one of Maria's bodyguards. The man screamed, held his leg in pain, and dropped to the ground. "Get a grip, Maria," Alex said. "What do you think you're doing? Let this man finish his story. You complain about my rude entrance to the funeral home, and here you are waving your gun around. Where is your own respect for the dead?" He kicked the gun across the room, far out of Maria's reach. She looked at him, folded her arms, and rolled her eyes. "You're one tough son of a bitch, aren't you?" she complained. "You think you can come in here and ignite a feud between my family and Bo's? But have you considered how all this will go down with the Demon Sect? I can only see this playing out one way." "Oh, and what might that be?" Alex asked, seemingly unconcerned. "Not only will your plan to spread discord among our families fail, but you'll also make enemies of the demons. I strongly recommend that you and your friends leave now, and we can forget this ever happened." The ghosts looked at Maria suspiciously. It was difficult to know who was speaking the truth. "I made it, Alex," she said. "You try to spark a war between the Thorntons and the Ramsdens, and I will make sure that your family is punished too." Alex appeared as calm as ever. "Sorry about the interruption, Ricky. Please continue. Tell us everything you know." Ricky looked from Maria to Alex. He was trembling, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "You don't have to worry," Alex said, leaning in closer to Ricky. "Whatever you have to say, I promise that you and your family will be safe. You'll have my full protection." Ricky studied Alex for a moment, and then he nodded. "Sawyer told the demons that he was planning to fight them, so they hoped the Ramsden family could get revenge on you and Sawyer, and then they wouldn't have to do anything." He paused to cough. Then he took a deep breath and continued. "On Cam's orders, I made this mask to look like Alex. I put on some scrubs and I drove to the hospital. Once inside, I found Gabriel. He was completely taken by surprise, and I stabbed him with the mask on. Everyone who saw me thought I was Alex. It was almost too easy." He paused again, no longer looking afraid for his life. Alex waited for him to speak again. "This may have seemed like a small mission, the sacrifice of just one man's life," Ricky continued, "but the consequences would be huge. Once Alex was framed for Gabriel's murder, there would be ongoing fighting between him and the Ramsdens. With all that going on, the demon sect and the Thornton family could continue to prosper. Maria's face flushed with anger. He's obviously lying, Bo. I assure you that my family had absolutely nothing to do with any of this. Ricky smiled. Really? That's funny. From what I remember, the Thorntons were well aware of this entire plot. In fact, it was your family who provided me with a map of the hospital, so that I could get to Gabriel's ward without delay. Without your help, it would have been tricky for the demons to pull this off. Maria felt like the walls were closing in, but she knew that she couldn't give up. This man was nothing, and she came from a respected family. This is a wonderful story, she said, rolling her eyes. I congratulate you both on coming up with such a dramatic plot. But how can you prove it? Everyone who was there that night will say that they saw Alex kill Gabriel. Besides, cameras don't lie. I know I'm a criminal, but everything I've just told you is the absolute truth, Ricky said. I have the map the Thorntons gave me. Maybe there are some fingerprints on it. And I have a room in the hospital. If you check it out, you'll find my collection of masks. You have no idea who you're messing with, Maria said. She had expected Bo to jump to her rescue, but everyone was still focused on Ricky. With the mask, his likeness to Alex was incredible, and they could see how anyone might be fooled. For a moment, nobody said a word. Then one of the bodyguards came forward. He pointed at Ricky's face. That night in the hospital, I tried to stop him and I cut his cheek. Look, you can still see the wound. Another joined in. I stabbed him in his left arm. Can you see if he's wounded there? Ricky pulled back his sleeve, revealing a bloody bandage. Maria shook her head. This just gets better and better. You have some nerve to try and incriminate my family in the demon sect. Don't you know how upset Cam is about Gabriel's death? When he comes here to express his sympathy to Bo and his family, you'll be made to look like a fool. While Ricky had been telling his story, Maria had been afraid to look too closely at Bo. She turned to him now with tears in her eyes. Please, Bo. This man's rotten to the core. He's just someone Alex has brought here to stir up trouble between us. You know what Alex is like. He just wants to destroy the harmony between our families so he can enjoy more power. Alex laughed. Yes, I'd like to exercise my power to call the police and have you arrested. Bo had been weighing both sides of the story, and it took him a moment to gather his thoughts. Finally, he turned to Maria and took her hand. You have nothing to worry about, he said. How long have our families been friends? I also trust the demon sect, and I know you wouldn't harm my brother. It's fine. I don't believe a word this man says. I should have known you'd stick together, Alex said. You're not even interested in the truth, are you? The game's up, Bo said. You need to decide what you're going to do with your actor here. Either get him out of our sight now, or we'll bury him along with Gabriel. Maria hadn't expected Bo to act so decisively, and she was relieved he seemed to believe her. You're all just as bad as each other, Alex said. I don't know why I expected anything different. At least your bodyguards aren't denying the truth. Bo fell silent. In his heart, he could not deny the truth either. Ricky's story added up, and the bodyguards had no reason to lie. But that meant that the Thorntons and the demon sect had conspired to kill his brother, and that sickened Bo to the core. He had an important decision to make. If I accept this man's story, then my family will go to war with our oldest friends, he thought. Our status will be weakened and we'll likely lose this medical license. We'll also make enemies of the demon sect. But if I let Alex take the blame, it'll help deepen our bond with the Thorntons. We'll get to open our ghost hospitals and everyone will hate Alex even more. The solution was obvious. He would stand by the Thornton family and let Alex take the blame. Episode 689, Dance of the Moon Maiden. Bo also understood that Maria and her family must feel some guilt for killing Gabriel, and he hoped they would play to his family's advantage. Perhaps the Thorntons would be more generous with their support in the future. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But they've deceived us once, he thought. Could this medical license also be some sort of trick? I've had enough of your nonsense, Alex. He nodded at his men. Get this loser out of here. On his command, the men moved toward Alex. Another dozen ghosts came through the door and joined them, each brandishing a sword. Maria couldn't believe this turn of events. She called her bodyguards. Men, help the ghost take down this murderer. The Thornton bodyguards didn't waste a second. They drew out their pistols and aimed at Alex. Of course, he's not going to run out of here like a coward, Maria thought. But how can he possibly defeat all these men? Still, she wasn't prepared to take any risks with her own life, so she quickly retrieved her gun from the floor and clutched it tightly. She looked around the room, studying the exits and planning her escape. Alex looked back at his opponents. You've made the wrong choice. I admire your bravery, but honestly, I don't want to kill any of you. I came here tonight only to tell you the truth. There's no reason to blow this out of proportion. He sighed deeply. He was disappointed in Bo, but he knew he should not have expected better. Of course, the Ramsdens wouldn't want to give up such an important friendship. Alex also knew how much the medical license meant to the ghosts. Now he would have to fight all these men, and he really wasn't in the mood. At that moment, one of the rear doors of the SUV opened, startling the ghosts, who took their eyes off Alex. Celeste closed the door behind her, smoothed down her dress, and stood with her hands on her hips. You didn't really think I was just going to sit there quietly, did you? She asked Alex. Looks like you could use some help. You could start by closing the door, please, Alex replied. Let's keep this party nice and private. Celeste nodded and closed the door of the chapel. Bo was astounded by Alex's confidence. He spoke like he was in command, not like someone who was outnumbered by 50 men. And he seemed to have no respect for the ghosts. Have you forgotten where you are? He asked. Who are you to give orders? Bo was certain that he and the ghosts could overpower Alex. He hadn't wanted to fight either. After all, this was a day of mourning. But he could see no way of escaping it now. His hands clenched tight around his sword. He looked at Alex with a grim smile. I didn't want to fight you either. I was happy to hand you over to the cops and let them decide your fate. But really, you're leaving me no other choice. Really? Alex asked. Why is that? You just tried to bring down the good name of the Thorntons and frame them for Gabriel's murder, Bo said. From now on, I must count you as my enemy. Alex ran his fingers along the lengths of his sword. He was not at all daunted at facing these men. I always win my fights, no matter how big. Maria scoffed. This time, Alex, I think you might be a little out of your depth. Bo took a few steps back and roared, Kill him! In an instant, more than 50 ghosts jumped to action and surrounded Alex. They were still confused about who was telling the truth. But by this point, it didn't matter. They would be loyal to the Ramsdens. Maria figured Alex was distracted by the ghosts and wouldn't expect an attack from her. She raised her gun carefully, aimed it straight at Alex, and prepared to pull the trigger. But before she could fire, the gun was forcefully knocked from her hand. Celeste had moved at lightning speed and was now pointing the gun in Maria's direction. In shock, Maria nursed her throbbing hand and looked confused. The Moon Palace cult is not to be messed with, she thought. How can one young woman have so much power? I think we can settle this without weapons, Celeste said. It would be rude to spill blood here in this place of rest. The ghosts looked suspicious. It's a trick, Bo said to his men. Keep your swords. Celeste's expression hardened. So this is how you want to play, she thought. I have no problem letting go of my sword, she said. Then, without taking her eyes off Bo, she let her blade fall to the ground. Then she carefully stooped down and placed the gun beside it. Alex wasn't surprised. He understood the power of the Moon Palace and how highly skilled its members were in martial arts. With or without a weapon, Celeste could take on any of these men. As if reading his thoughts, Celeste launched forward. There was a blinding flash of light, and with one flick of her hand, she struck the face of one of the ghosts. The force was so strong that 3 men stumbled and dropped to the floor. One of the men had collided with the sword of his friend, which caused a gash to his cheek. Blood began to drip from the wound, so he held up a trembling hand to stop it. While the ghosts looked at their 3 members on the floor, Celeste was quick to strike again. This time she dealt a rapid succession of blows, knocking 6 men to the ground. 4 of the ghosts closest to her moved forward and prepared to strike with their swords. Celeste gracefully dodged below their weapons and then swiftly popped up behind them. In an instant, she knocked them to the ground. Some ghosts who had been lurking in the background straightened themselves up and moved forward. They were furious at how this was playing out. How could our brothers have fallen so easily? They wondered. We need to fight without mercy. As they approached her, Celeste continued to hold her head high, and her face showed no trace of fear. The next group of men sat upon her, but she dodged them, and within moments they all lay in a crumpled heap on the floor. Bo looked around helplessly. He had heard many stories about the power of the Moon Palace, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. She's had a good start, he thought, but surely she couldn't possibly take out all these men. Drop your swords, he ordered the remaining ghosts. They're slowing you down. You can all do this with your bare hands. Celeste stood back and waited for the ghosts to gather themselves. As soon as one of the men made the slightest move to kick, she brought the side of her hand down on his forehead. He instantly fell to the ground, clutching his head. Before anyone could react, Celeste spun on the spot and performed a high kick, knocking 3 more ghosts to the ground. Bo looked at them, encouraging the fallen men to get up again. He could see the shock in their eyes, and they couldn't get to their feet fast enough to launch a counterattack. How is this so easy for her, he wondered. The Moon Palace is even stronger than I thought. But we can't quit now. He signaled to the men in the back and urged them to pick up their swords. 3 ghosts moved forward, taking each step slowly. Celeste held her ground. Then, just as the ghosts prepared to swing with their swords, Celeste spun again. With one kick, she sent the swords clanging to the floor. 2 seconds later, as if moved by an invisible force, the ghosts collapsed. They screamed with fright as they dropped to the ground. From her position behind the ghosts, Maria was getting tired of this fight. It seemed like the ghosts' martial arts tactics were no match for Celeste, and yet Bo seemed happy to keep trying. Surely we can do better than this, she thought. Then she caught the eye of one of the Thornton bodyguards and gave him a subtle nod. Seconds later, the bodyguard raised his gun and aimed it directly at Celeste. Before he could pull the trigger, Alex tossed a knife into the air. It shot straight across at the bodyguard and landed in his upper arm, causing him to drop his weapon. He struggled for a moment before falling to his knees. Around the protruding dagger, blood seeped onto his white shirt, and he scrunched his eyes in pain. After a few more seconds, he passed out. The uninjured ghosts whispered among themselves. They looked in horror at the wounded men in front of them, but they didn't dare move any closer. Maria turned toward Bo. He shook his head and shrugged at her. It was obvious he had no more tricks up his sleeve. She too felt defeated. She had not expected her bodyguard to be knocked out so easily. "You started this," Alex reminded them. The rest of Thornton's bodyguards shifted uncomfortably before slowly tucking their guns away. It was their job to protect Maria, but they weren't brave enough to point a gun at Alex or Celeste. Then, from behind the car, two ghosts emerged and slashed their swords at Celeste. She flipped high into the air, arcing right over their bodies before landing behind them. This time she had not escaped unharmed. Though she showed no sign of pain, she had a slight cut on her forearm. When they spotted her wound, the ghosts began to feel some hope. Maybe this Moon Maiden isn't invincible after all, they thought. A dozen of them began to step forward to help their colleagues finish the job. Once again, Celeste was ready. This time she raised one arm, palm facing upward. A lightning bolt flashed out from her hand, causing each of the ghosts to drop their swords. Just as fast as it had started, the light was gone, and everyone in the room was frozen to the spot. Celeste flicked a lock of her hair from her face as her eyes shone brightly. Episode 690, A New Plan. Everyone was silent. Every one of the ghosts had been struck down. Some of them lay motionless, while others huddled together, nursing their wounds. Celeste stood among them. Apart from the minor cut to her arm and some bloodstains on her clothing, there was little evidence that she had taken down dozens of the city's most feared fighters. As she looked around the place, she felt proud of her growing strength. For hundreds of years, the power of the Moon Maidens had been ignored by a truly patriarchal society. She knew that, within a matter of hours, news of this showdown at the cemetery would be all over Baltimore. Maria stared at Celeste. She had expected the young woman to be slaughtered within seconds. But while the ghosts lay there, most of them too injured or shocked to move, Celeste appeared rejuvenated. How could this happen? Maria thought. The ghosts are so strong, and my family has employed some of the toughest bodyguards in the city. This will not look good for our reputation. After a moment, she snapped back to reality. It occurred to her that Celeste may not be finished. What if this isn't over, she thought. What if she turns on to the rest of us now? The idea caused her to tremble. She remembered the plan she had made to escape, but it was too late now. With all these men on the ground, she knew there was no way she could get out without being seen. On top of that, her whole body felt weak. From his corner of the room, Bo was also stunned. He had expected Alex to be their biggest threat, but Alex had barely moved throughout the whole fight. He had merely taken up the role of Celeste's audience, nodding his approval and cheering for her on as she overpowered her attackers. Bo had been thrown off course by this unexpected twist. But now that the dust had settled again, his anger returned. Alex had killed Gabriel, and then he had shown up with this woman who had injured so many ghosts. This is far from over, he thought. As his rage built up, Bo lifted his sword. He looked at Maria, who nodded her head in agreement, and then he moved closer to Alex. "You'll pay for what you've done here," he warned Alex, shaking with fury. "I didn't want to kill you tonight, but now I've changed my mind. Before I do, though, I'd like you to apologize to the ghosts. This was an unfair attack." Before Alex could answer, Celeste stepped forward and met Bo's eyes with a frosty stare. Maria felt a chill run through her. She had been told that Alex was the most powerful martial artist in the world, and until this night, Maria had believed it. But Alex had stood back, like a coward, and let Celeste fight off more than 50 men single-handedly. "What will everyone think when I'm to tell them about this?" she thought. "They'll think I've gone crazy. How would anyone believe that this fragile-looking woman could be the world's most notorious warrior?" Bo raised his sword and took a step closer to Alex. But Celeste waved her hand, and without making contact with Bo, knocked his sword to the floor. Alex remained still. He smiled at Bo, daring him to move again. Bo knew he needed a new strategy. If he continued to attack Alex, then he would end up wounded or dead. His father had already suffered one great loss, so Bo couldn't afford to bring more heartache to his family. As he looked around the room, he caught sight of Ricky. The man looked in better shape than many of the ghosts. "If I kill Ricky, then the truth about Gabriel's death will disappear," he thought. "The police can deal with Alex, my family will continue their friendship with the Thorntons, and we can work on launching our ghost hospitals. It's the only way." Bo retrieved his sword, turned from Alex, and ran toward Ricky. In all the commotion, everyone had forgotten about Ricky, so he had nobody to protect him. This should be easy, Bo thought. He wondered whether Maria had managed to call the police. If they turned up before he was able to get rid of Ricky's body, then it might ruin his plan. Alex had been happy to step back and let Celeste show the ghosts what mediocre fighters they were. But he was aware that this was not over, and that Bo and Maria would not bow out easily. As soon as he saw Bo make a beeline for Ricky, Alex guessed what he was up to. Within seconds, he chased after Bo, and both men stood over a trembling Ricky. "Do you really think I'll just stand back and let you kill this man right in front of me?" Alex asked. Bo had no answer. Before he could think about making a move, Alex waved his hand gently, and the sword dropped from Bo's hand. For a moment, Bo was stunned. He realized that there was no time to pick up his sword, so he prepared to kick Alex. When his foot reached midair, Alex waved his hand again, and Bo lost his balance, hitting the floor with a thud. Bo had not been hurt badly, but he felt that his fighting spirit had finally been broken. In all his life, he had rarely lost a fight. But now, he realized that the time had come to make his retreat. "I won't rest until Alex is dead," he thought, "but that'll have to wait for another day." Without a word, he stood up and walked through the chapel door. Alex slowly raised his hand, and a tiny ball of light formed above his palm. For a moment, he focused on the light. Then, seconds later, the ball shot forward and struck Bo right in the middle of his back. Episode 691, A Family Affair. The force of Alex's blow almost lifted Bo off his feet, nearly sending him sprawling. He felt a trickle of blood running from a cut over his eye. As he shook his head to clear it, Alex closed the distance between them and clamped his hand on Bo's throat. Maria watched, frozen in fear. The gun in her hand was useless, and she knew the safest course of action was to keep her head down and avoid attracting the attention of either man. "You've lost," Alex said softly, while Bo tried to catch his breath. Bo had carefully analyzed Alex's fighting style and skills, and he realized he would not be able to win this fight. Alex was just too strong, too fast. He could probably beat me with one hand tied behind his back, he thought bitterly. It'd be child's play. His face burned with shame. "If you think I'm going to beg for my life, then you're wrong," he said. "You can kill me, but we'll get revenge." "If you say so," Alex said. "Enough!" roared a majestic voice. More than a dozen men and women armed with swords walked toward them, flanking an older man in an expensive suit with a sheathed sword at his hip. The man's face was completely expressionless. Celeste brought her own sword up, ready to respond to any sudden attack. "Father," Bo said. "Mr. Ramsden," Maria said at the same time. They watched Oren approach with eager eyes. Neither was very hopeful, though. Alex had proven to be a unique opponent time and time again. Assassins, poisoners, mercenaries, and martial arts experts had all taken him on, and each one had failed. Still, they thought Oren might be strong enough to beat him. Oren was keenly aware that he was surrounded by his family's enemies, but he put aside his anger. There will be time for payback later, he thought. He was looking forward to it, in fact, but at that moment he saw only Alex. Alex was still holding Bo by the throat as he met the old man's gaze. Oren was mildly shocked by the resolve he saw in the young man's expression. "Put him down," Oren said. "I already know about Gabriel. There are still some questions, but if you are really innocent, then my family won't come for revenge, and the police will leave you alone. I'm Oren Ramsden, and my word is law in my family." His voice was low. Like his son's, it was also full of arrogant pride. "Show some respect. Put him down." Alex raised his eyebrows. "Respect?" he repeated. He broke Bo's neck with a snap. "I don't have any respect for you at all." Alex dropped the body. Bo hadn't had time to react, and now it was all over. He had been a Ramsden and a well-trained fighter, and there had never been an enemy he hadn't been able to defeat. Until Alex. No amount of power or money, his own or his father's, could have prepared him to fight someone like Alex. Oren and the ghosts were shocked. Oren shouted his son's name. All his rage and loss poured into a single word. He had been preparing to take over the ghosts and increase their presence throughout the East Coast with his sons by his side. Now they're both dead, he thought, and I have nothing. The anger that he had put aside rushed through him at the sight of his son's body. Celeste calmly stepped in front of Alex, her sword still at the ready. She knew Oren's people would attack once the shock had worn off, and she was prepared. Maria also knew that a tremendous battle was imminent, and she was scared to death that she would be caught up in it. She used the moment of stunned silence to slip into the building. Trembling, she took her phone from her pocket and made a frantic call. Episode 692, The Broken Blade. Maria's men surrounded her but didn't dare their weapons on Alex. He's insane, she muttered to herself. Absolutely insane. She had never been more afraid in her life. Oren's eyes were red with rage. I'm going to kill you, he hissed, drawing his sword. Keeping an eye on Celeste, he crept in a wide semicircle, looking for an opening to engage with Alex. I'm never going to understand why guys like you don't get the hint, Alex said, shaking his head. I've beaten every single person the ghosts have thrown at me, but you still keep coming. I'm almost embarrassed for you. He picked up a fallen sword and tested its weight. You guys seem to love your blades, he said, but I know how to use a blade too. At the hospital, he had used a special sword technique taught by the Moon Palace and had won a fight while armed only with a knife. Now he had a real weapon in his hand. What are you talking about? Asked Orin. I'm Alex Ambrose, Alex said. You've never heard of me? That hurts my feelings. He toyed with his sword for a moment. It wasn't the same kind of sword he had trained with. This one was much lighter and had a narrower blade, but it was similar enough. You don't have to worry about me remembering your name, Orin said, raising his blade. It's always the stubborn ones, Alex muttered. Okay then, he said, crooking a finger at Orin. Come on, take your best shot. This isn't about winning or losing, Orin said. This is about life and death. Your death. He bared his teeth. I am a master swordsman, and you're just a nobody with a big mouth. A master, Alex chuckled. Another one. I've taken on more than a couple of masters, and I'm still here. So let's see what you're a master of. He had already beaten Orin's son, and he had killed the previous leader of the ghosts, even though no one knew exactly how he had done it. The ghosts had not been too forthcoming when talking about Jacob Randolph's cause of death. The secrecy had worked in Alex's favor, though, by adding to his legend, and the ghosts had learned to be afraid of him. You talk too much, Orin said, flourishing his sword in his right hand while his left slipped into a pouch on his belt. He threw a handful of darts while his opponent's eyes followed the sword. Alex spun his blade in a whirling circle, scattering the darts. One of them hit an old tree, and smoke hissed where the dart dug itself into the bark. Poison darts, he thought. Typical. He took a moment to wonder what that dart would do to a human, but he wasn't afraid. I guess a fair fight is too much to expect from you, he said scathingly. Poison is a coward's weapon. Orin roared like a lion and pulled out another set of darts from a different pouch. These looked different from the last. Instead of throwing them at Alex, though, he gathered them into his fist and stabbed them into his own leg. Alex fought to keep the surprise off his face as Orin began to change. His muscles seemed to expand, and the veins in his arms bulged with increased pressure. Whatever Orin had taken, it had clearly increased his physical strength. Orin's followers murmured and laughed, their eyes filled with longing and worship. They were eager to watch him regain the ghost's honor by standing up to Alex. Were those steroids? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. That seems a little extreme. If I don't kill you, they probably will. Is this supposed to scare me? He knew his mocking tone would enrage Orin. He knew a little about the kind of herbs that could increase someone's strength like this, but they were dangerous. Using his inner force made him stronger and faster than a normal person, but not at the risk of losing his sanity or blowing out his cardiovascular system. Besides, these drugs were too unpredictable, and the potential side effects were gruesome. It's also cheating, he mused. Why bother mastering swordplay if you can just become a super strong rage monster? He kept his guard up. Orin's strength and speed might be artificially induced, but he would kill Alex just the same if he found an opening. Orin let out a battle cry and swung his sword at Alex. His followers echoed their leader, howling like hungry beasts. Alex ignored it, but Maria, trapped by the fight, but safely ignored for the moment, shuddered in fear. She kept looking at her cell phone as if waiting for a call. Orin lunged, his sword whistling through the air with inhuman speed. His strike was meant to split Alex in two from above. But Alex had gathered his inner force, and he was ready for the attack. There was a loud clang, and sparks flew as Oren's blade was stopped dead by Alex's. They stood frozen for a moment. Alex had not budged. Even clouded by madness, Oren's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected Alex to match him in speed, and he was stunned at his opponent's strength. The part of him that was still able to think clearly knew his strike should have felt like getting hit by a car, but Alex hadn't even blinked. Okay, Alex conceded with a nod. That wasn't bad. Maybe calling herself a master swordsman isn't all that unreasonable. He meant it too. He wasn't in the habit of praising people who were trying to kill him, not even Jacob, who had almost killed him. It was a sincere compliment. But to Oren's ears, it was just more mockery. He shuffled backward half a step to regroup for another attack. Alex held up his blade again and showed Oren that it had been broken in two. "I'm sure it wasn't the highest quality steel," he said, "but that was still a hell of a hit." Oren grinned. He and Alex both knew that it took an incredible amount of strength to slice through folded steel. Episode 693, The Bigger They Are. "I won't lie," Alex quipped. "Those darts of yours seem pretty useful." He took a couple of steps back, as if retreating from the fight. It was a feint, though. He used the backward momentum to swing his broken sword in a broad arc, meant to slash at Oren's waist. There was another sharp clang as Oren easily brought his blade up to parry the swing, and then pushed forward, forcing Alex back. Pushing his advantage, he stabbed the tip of his sword forward in a lunging stab, forcing Alex to spin away and give up even more ground. When neither man got the upper hand, they both retreated. Alex swept his sword through an elaborate series of sweeps and arcs. His body moved with the blade in perfect harmony, as if man and sword were one. Oren felt an unfamiliar trickle of fear, but he suppressed it before it could show on his face. He had spent most of his life mastering the sword, and he was beginning to worry about how long this fight had gone on. "What is this sword technique?" he asked. He paid close attention to Alex's feet, which is where all the lesser swordsmen gave their moves away. It was like learning a poker player's tells. Alex didn't answer and swept in for an attack that consisted of a series of feints and test strikes meant to show the weaknesses of Oren's defense. There weren't any. The sound of steel striking against steel rang through the night. Alex's attack forced Oren to back up, but the retreat was a ploy. Oren waited for him to overextend just enough to exploit his lack of balance. Then he used Alex's own momentum against him and swung his sword in a brutal chop that would have taken off the younger man's head. Alex was able to block the strike, barely, but they were locked again, face to face. Alex strained to keep Oren's weapon at bay. Dropping his center of gravity, he kept his feet steady and leaned into Oren's sword. Everything was happening so fast that he almost didn't see Oren's lips curl in a victorious grin. Before Alex could react, Oren let up the pressure on his sword by a tiny amount, causing another sudden shift in his balance. Alex's eyes widened in horror as Oren let both swords fall and let his pommel swing through to strike Alex's ribs. Off balance again, and trying to shut down the starburst of pain as he felt a bone break, Alex could barely block yet another blow that would have been lethal, Instead of locking them together this time, the strike knocked him back through the air like a rag doll. Alex was bleeding, and his sword had broken again. He focused on his inner power to shut down the pain and keep him from going into shock. He couldn't hide his surprise. "Whatever you tip those darts with has given you extra strength," he said, "but I can see that it's killing you. You must really hate me to want to die like this. I can hear your heart beating from here, and it sounds like it could blow at any minute. You're a literal ticking time bomb." "It'll be worth it if I get to watch you die," Orin snarled. He pressed forward again and lunged into a low stab, the tip of his blade aiming for Alex's heart. The broken blade swept up to parry it, but Orin noticed that Alex was now using both hands to wield his sword. "It's almost over," he thought. Alex followed up with a spinning slash to put Orin on guard, and their blades met again. He used the brief pause to back off and give himself more room to maneuver. Orin, his eyes red and his breath coming in heaving gasps, brought his sword down in another brutal downward strike. Alex blocked the strike again, but he could feel his strength fading. His vision began to blur, and a wave of dizziness spread through him. It was getting harder to concentrate. He shook his head to clear it and almost missed another sweeping slash. The two blades collided with another ringing clang, and Alex grunted with the effort of fending off another blow. He was running out of steam. He angled his sword to force Orin's blade down and leaned forward so the guards of both weapons locked them together for a moment. Orin twisted his shoulders to follow his blade and slammed his knee into Alex's hip, knocking him backward again. Alex's mind raced as he rethought his strategy. He had known Orin would be dangerous, but he was still shocked by the man's strength and speed. "He's tougher than I expected," he thought. "I can't keep this up if I fight on his terms." Orin made another charge, this time with a series of lightning-fast slashes meant to overwhelm Alex. The series consisted of 36 strikes to different vital areas. If even one of them hit its target, then it would be impossible for Alex to recover. None of them landed, but the strain on Alex was taking its toll. Maddened, Orin repeated the series, and Alex's defense was successful again. From the relative safety of her hiding place, Maria watched the battle with mounting dread. "It's a stalemate for now," she thought. Alex looked calm, but he was clearly exhausted and in trouble. Orin's expression was almost crazed, and his attacks were getting wilder and less precise. Alex also noticed Orin's diminishing control. "He can't keep this up either," he thought. "I can use that." His suspicions were confirmed after another round of attacks. Orin's strength was starting to fade, and he was getting anxious. It was making him sloppy. "Getting tired?" he taunted. "You're good, really good. But you couldn't win with brute force, and now you're running out of juice." "I've got enough to kill you," Orin said. "I don't know about that," Alex said, grinning. "You're having trouble breathing, and you're getting weaker with every swing. Pretty soon you won't be able to even lift that pocket knife of yours." The taunt did its job. Orin roared and attacked with no grace or finesse. Instead of graceful slashes and swings, he started using his sword more like a baseball bat. Alex smiled and danced away from each blow without even using his sword to block the wild attack. He spun and whirled out of the blade's path like a leaf in the wind. In moments, Orin was pouring sweat and breathing in wheezing gasps. The speed of his attack slowed, and he finally gave Alex an opening. A swing that would have cut him in half pulled Orin off balance, long enough for Alex to strike. Instead of trying to cut his opponent, Alex aimed his strike at Orin's sword. The force of the blow traveled up Orin's arm, and he stumbled. Then, Alex drove his broken sword into Oren's shoulder. Oren grabbed the hilt of the sword and staggered backward, pulling it from Alex's hand. He couldn't feel the pain of the wound yet, but he knew he was in trouble. With a grunt, he pulled the ruined weapon from his shoulder and tossed it aside. "Celeste," Alex called, extending his left hand without taking his eyes off Oren. "Sword!" The black sword whistled through the air into his hand, and he followed Oren's retreat. With a graceful lunge, he stabbed Oren's other shoulder. Oren's eyes went wide. "No!" He fumbled at his belt with clumsy fingers, spilling more darts onto the ground. Wounded and exhausted, his movements were getting slower. The effects of whatever he had tipped the darts with were wearing off, and it was like watching a balloon slowly deflate. He leaned on a pillar and slid to the ground, looking older and more haggard than he had before the fight. Alex half expected him to start ranting, or to order his followers to attack, but Oren seemed almost calm. He gingerly pulled the black sword from his shoulder and watched the wound bleed. His wounds shouldn't have been fatal, but it was just a matter of time. He knew that Alex had killed him. He just wasn't dead yet. A sigh rose from his followers. Their eyes darted from their leader to Alex and back again. For most of them, Oren had been their guiding star. Now they looked at Alex as if he shone even brighter. Maria gaped in shock. Even close to the end of the fight, she hadn't expected Alex to win. She watched Oren's people struggle while watching their leader suffer a defeat, and she knew she had to make her move. "Somebody help him," she shouted, pointing at Oren. "Protect him!" Episode 694, The Botched Arrest. Shaken from their reverie, Oren's disciples rushed to surround him. They were armed with swords and guns, but Alex ignored them. He just smiled faintly at Oren and picked up the black sword. "I guess that's it for the Ramsden family," he said. Oren couldn't move, but he could still speak. "The ghosts won't let this go. This still isn't over." "It's about to be over for you," Alex said. His words put Oren's followers on alert, and they raised their weapons. They were ready to keep the fight going. A crash interrupted as an SUV drove through the gates, followed by 5 more, all with Maryland license plates. The lead car stopped, its headlights illuminating the scene. Oren grinned. "Maybe not," he said. "Not tonight, anyway." Maria heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed the plates on the SUVs, and she stepped toward them with her hands up and waving. She had obviously been expecting them. The 6 SUVs pulled into a blockade formation. In unison, the doors of each vehicle opened, and moments later, there were more than 20 uniformed men and women with weapons drawn, covering every person in the yard. One of them, a woman with a cold, hard expression, stepped forward and sneered at Alex. "Federal agents, drop your weapon," she ordered. "You can't escape. If you want to make it out of this alive, then do what I say and get down on the ground." "Who are you?" Alex asked. "I'm Agent Joanna Sheridan," she said, holding up her badge. "That's all you really need to know." "Oh," Alex said, nodding. "Okay. Just give me a second. I have to kill this guy first. Then we can figure out what the next step is. See, he's got a lot of reasons to want me dead, so it's important that he goes first." There was a chorus of clicking noises as Joanna's agents chambered rounds and lifted their weapons into a firing position. Joanna was furious. Do you think this is a game? She snapped at him. Do you know who you're talking to? You know who that is, don't you? She gestured at Oren. You're the prime suspect in his son's murder, and I don't even have the time to list the other charges against you. And you're going to blatantly threaten to kill him in front of a team of federal officers? It's like you think laws don't apply to you. She held up her badge again. I'm telling you one last time, drop that weapon and step away from Mr. Ramsden. You're under arrest, and I'm just about done being polite. No one's going to ask too many questions if a suspected killer dies during an arrest. Her agent's weapons were still trained on Alex, but he was distracted by Joanna. He couldn't figure out why she seemed so familiar. Then he thought of Hugo Sheridan. She looks a bit like him, he thought, wondering if they were related. Maybe she's looking for a little revenge of her own. I didn't kill Gabriel, he said with a sigh. The demons did. I didn't have any reason to hurt him, and his own brother knew I didn't do it. But he came after me anyway, so I was forced to defend myself. That's all any of this has been about. He pointed at Oren. Even this is about self-defense. The Ramsdens have come after me several times, and I don't want to press any luck and wait around for the next time. None of that matters when I'm standing in front of a man armed with a sword and threatening the life of someone who clearly can't defend himself, Joanna said firmly. Whatever story you've cooked up can be discussed later, but right now you're going to drop your weapon and come with us. Her eyes were defiant. You surrender or you die, she said. Agent Sheridan, Oren said, his voice weak. This man is a killer. He murdered my sons, and he'll kill me too. You must bring him to justice. Alex rolled his eyes at the performance. I will, sir, don't worry. Joanna nodded at Alex again. Last chance. Drop your weapon and get down on your knees. There's more going on here than you know, Alex said. Or is there? How do you know so much about the Ramsdens? That's none of your business, she snapped. On the ground, now! She drew her own weapon and pointed it at his chest. I will shoot. Alex was about to respond when they were interrupted by the sound of a motorcycle arriving. It threaded its way through the SUVs before coming to a stop a few feet from the standoff. The rider ignored the armed agents and walked over to Alex while removing his helmet. It was Sawyer. Joanna's eyes widened in recognition and she lowered her gun. Sawyer? What are you doing here? Step away from him, please. He's under arrest. Please don't interfere. Sawyer didn't even look at her. We had dinner plans, he chided Alex in a gruff but warm tone. You can only reheat a decent chili so many times before it tastes like dog food. Alex grinned. I'm sorry. I had some business to take care of and time got away from me. Sawyer glanced at Oren. Is the job done? Not yet, Alex said, shrugging. It's taking longer than I thought. With his boot, Sawyer nudged the broken sword on the ground. Then he leaned over and picked it up, gauging its weight. He turned to Oren and threw the broken sword at him. His aim was true, and the sword lodged itself in the center of Oren's chest. Before any of Oren's disciples could react, Sawyer reached into his jacket and came away with several throwing knives in each hand. For a moment, he whirled in place, flinging knives at Oren's followers with pinpoint accuracy. Episode 695, The Rage of Cam Fitzroy. Oren was dead. There were screams as his followers dropped to the ground. Those who survived Sawyer's attack stared at him in disbelief. He had taken out more than 13 enemies as casually as making a cup of coffee. "Let's get to that chili," he said, walking back to his motorcycle and pulling an extra helmet from a compartment under the seat. Alex followed and put on the helmet before sitting behind him on the bike. With a roar, Sawyer drove the bike past Joanna's team and off into the night. Joanna's mouth hung open in shock. This was not how she had imagined this would go. He's supposed to be in custody, she thought. Or better yet, he's supposed to be shot and killed while resisting arrest. There were 20 armed agents standing around, and none of them were completely certain what had just happened. They had been called in to save Oren's life and to take care of Alex one way or another. They had done neither. Joanna still couldn't process what she had just seen. Sawyer shows up, scolds Alex for missing dinner, takes out Oren's entire security team, and then just rides away to go and eat chili, she thought. If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. It had all been so sudden and surprising that she had just stood there and watched it happen. She hadn't even been able to stop the motorcycle from leaving. Now Oren was dead, along with his sons and most of his private security. Every Ramsden in Baltimore is dead, she thought grimly. She shivered in the cold wind. Alex had left a trail of bodies behind him, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. He had cooperated with the police, but the charges had been dropped when he had delivered Beth and Ricky to them. That might have been Brian's doing. He was no friend to Alex, but he didn't want him dead. As far as he was concerned, there had been too much violence already. Nothing seemed to be able to disrupt Alex's life for very long, which was intolerable to Cam Fitzroy. "Useless!" he shouted at Lachlan. "First we lose contact with Ricky, then Alex goes public, leaving us looking like a bunch of pushovers. Do you understand how much you've messed up?" Lachlan avoided meeting his brother's eyes. The other demons were wary, but the Thorntons actually cowered. Cam had never lost his temper like this before. "Oren and Bo are dead, so now we have to worry about the ghosts," Cam ranted. "Ricky got exposed framing Alex for Gabriel's murder, so we also have to worry about Sawyer. We hired Ricky to do it, so we have to worry about Timothy's investigation. 3 problems and no solutions." He punched the wall behind him to keep himself from hitting Lachlan. "How are you going to clean up this mess?" It should have been a perfect plan. If Ricky hadn't turned on them, then the ghosts would have taken out Alex, Sawyer, and the Rumble Club without Cam having to lift a finger. Now the demons and Thorntons were vulnerable. So much that had been confined to the shadows was about to come to light. "This is on you, Lachlan," he said, pointing at him. "Ricky was your man. You vouched for him. You said he had the skills and that he wouldn't blink. Now look where we are." "You're right. This is my fault. I'm sorry," Lachlan admitted. "After he took care of Gabriel, everything was fine, but I got sloppy and didn't keep an eye on him. I didn't expect Alex to find him, much less catch him. I underestimated him. Or he just got lucky. If Alex hadn't caught Ricky, then the feds would never have let him walk and none of this would be happening," he thought. "Nothing Maria told us about him could have prepared us," he said. If he could direct some of Cam's anger toward the Thornton family, then he might be able to appease his brother. "Luck?" scoffed Cam. "This doesn't have anything to do with luck. Even the luckiest bastard would have been in the ground a dozen times over. No, not luck. Alex is smarter than you are. He's more ruthless than you are, and he's brushed off everything we've thrown at him. Do you really think that's luck?" He scowled. You don't get it, do you? This whole debacle is on you. You led the demons for 20 years. So how did some kid get the jump on you? You got too comfortable. You lost your edge because the demons have made us rich. Even if it was just dumb luck that Alex found Ricky, can't you see that kind of raw power and skill it takes to beat him? He shook his head. No, luck would be you getting out of this without the ghost taking everything you have, including your life. He had managed to calm himself, but now he fought the urge to slap his brother. Lachlan paled.
I've been waiting for Alex to tell the police everything about Ricky. I hadn't even thought about the ghosts.
Cam loosened his tie and sighed.
He doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to get the authorities involved. Think about it. He's moved Beth and Bo around like chess pieces to find out how strong the Ramsdens really are. He grimaced. Or rather, how strong they were. You can't believe that he didn't have a plan all along. No, he's a tactical genius. That's why he confronted the Ramsdens in the first place. He set it up so the events would turn out one of two ways. He paused, making sure he had Lachlan's attention. The Ramsdens might have taken him at his word and declared war on the Thorntons and us. Then, with the ghosts as backup, they would have wiped us off the map. If that had happened, he would have been able to sit back and watch us all fight it out. That way he would only have to fight one enemy who would have been exhausted from fighting off two opponents. Meanwhile, he would have been fresh and at full strength. Lachlan paled. The second outcome is what happened, Cam continued. He knew Bo would be coming after him for Gabriel's murder. To stay in control of the ghosts, Bo had to try to kill him, giving Alex the perfect way out. He killed Bo and drew Oren into a fight. Oren had just lost both his sons, so he wasn't fighting with a clear mind, which gave Alex the advantage. That's how he did it. That's how he neutralized the whole Ramsden family. He frowned. Ricky was always his ace in the hole. He was always ready to use him against the Ramsdens to keep his own hands clean. Once they had started the fight, he got to win by calling it self-defense. And he has Timothy and Brian ready to back that explanation up with any law enforcement that might get involved. That's also why he's keeping Ricky safe. There's no other explanation for letting Ricky live. Everyone except who's tried to kill him ending up dead, but not Ricky. No, Ricky's a weapon he can use to make trouble for the demons and the Thorntons whenever he wants. He's Alex's insurance policy. He stared at Lachlan. So don't fool yourself into thinking he's just lucky. He's not what he seems, and he's not going to be easy to kill. You misjudged him because you were impatient. But I have a plan to deal with Alex, and I haven't taken him lightly. And you can't forget about his allies. You can't forget about Sawyer. Episode 696, Sorting Out the Hierarchy. Compared to Alex, these people were complete idiots. Cam sighed. If he had known that from the start, then he would have made more of an effort to get along with Alex. Even if his family had half the intelligence that Alex had, then they would be in a much stronger position. His analysis made the entire situation look dreary. Everyone knew that Alex was powerful, but they just didn't want to admit how great he was. They were descendants of a powerful family, which made them much more powerful than Alex. They all bowed their heads, accepting the truth. Lachlan was an experienced man, yet he was too ashamed to admit that he had fallen into the trap of underestimating Alex. Maria looked hesitant as she asked, "Well, how do we solve this? The morale of the ghosts is very low, and many important people have been killed. There are rumors that Oren was supposed to be the next leader, so who knows what's going to happen now? With all the turmoil, I'm guessing the ghosts are not ready to make a big move right now." She paused before going on. "As for Ricky, well, he could be a problem. We need to decide who's going to talk to the police about him. We need to be careful what we say so that they handle the investigation in our favor.
Wait a minute, Cam interjected. Our appearance will make people think that the situation is extremely serious, which will only aggravate the situation. He sighed. I know you're frustrated and annoyed with me, but the last time I went to see Alex, we worked it out. Even though Alex knew that I didn't trust him, there was no conflict at all. Instead, we were able to fully contain the situation. What do you want us to do now? Even with Maria, the Thorntons were really short on talent because Alex had already defeated several powerful family members. If they hadn't been eliminated, then Maria wouldn't be in her current situation. Now, Cam continued, you need to be careful, or else our reputation may be damaged. If you step out of line, I'll do what I need to do to protect the demon sect, even if that means throwing you under the bus. Is that clear? Everyone grew alarmed. Many had never seen that side of Cam before because he had always seemed so complacent. Cam continued to speak. What I'm worried about now is that Sawyer will come and make trouble for us. He had tried to smooth things over with Alex and Sawyer when he had visited the clinic. But then his family had sent someone to kill Gabriel and blame Alex, so now they had to be prepared for anything. He was sure that Alex and Sawyer would retaliate, so they had to expect anything, particularly from Sawyer. He thought for a moment, and then he turned around, took a box out of a cabinet, and unlocked it. Lachlan, come here, he said. Lachlan stepped forward respectfully. He studied Cam and realized what the other man wanted, so he held out his hand. Cam picked up a dagger and cut Lachlan's palm. Blood ran freely, and then Cam began to staunch the wound with a cloth until it stopped. He then held out the blood-soaked cloth for Maria. Lachlan's face was pale as he watched Maria take the cloth. Cam handed her the box and indicated that she would put the cloth inside. Go, Maria, Cam said. Give this to Alex as a gift. Then he turned around and said nothing further. Alex walked into Marianne's hospital room, and as soon as she saw him, she started reporting information to him. The R&D department is up and running again. We have our employees in place, and the production line is ready to go. We should also have the testing and sampling procedures up and running soon. She sat on the hospital bed as she tapped away at her computer. She didn't even have to look up now to know that it was Alex who'd entered her room. Well, I guess you were right, Alex said. Now, you should take it easy and get some rest. Don't overdo it. A mild note of worry was evident in his tone. Okay, you're right. I'll listen to you. Marianne was touched by his concern, so she turned off the computer and set it aside. I don't want to be so anxious, but I'm excited about this product, and I wish I could produce it right now. She blushed. The golden health powder is near and dear to my heart. I've never cared so much about anything we've produced. Julie, who had been sitting in the corner, spoke up for the first time. Alex is right. You should take better care of yourself. I'm worried about you. At the beginning of something new, people always get excited and take on more than they can handle. She turned to Alex and said sincerely, I haven't thanked you for saving my sister. I'm deeply grateful. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. I owe you. Alex remained quiet. Unconcerned, Julie continued, I will not interfere with the running of the company, but I do want to help in any way I can. Episode 697. Hospital shares come at a price. Miss Robinson, I joined the project team not to make money or get promoted, but mainly because I wanted to atone for my mistakes, Julie said. I hope you'll give me a chance. Otherwise, I don't know how I will ever face you again, and my heart will always be full of guilt. She paused, and then took a deep breath and said confidently, "The company has changed a lot recently, and I'm worried that you might encounter some unavoidable difficulties. I want to help you avoid such problems. How could I not do so? Regardless, I know that I'll have to start at the bottom again and follow the chain of command." Alex couldn't stay quiet any longer and asked, "Would you be happy working for the cleaning crew?" Julie blinked at Alex and said, "Yes, of course, although it's not really what I had in mind." "Very well," Alex said, nodding. "I'll make an executive decision and let you stay on the R&D project team as a member of the cleaning crew. If you do well, you may even get a bonus at the end of the year. What do you think?" "Alex?" Marianne asked. She was surprised that he had softened his stance. Julie bit her lip and said, "Please don't say it. This is more than I could have hoped for. I will happily work as a cleaner to atone for my mistakes." Julie's goal was to be part of the project team, so as long as she was allowed in, even as a member of the cleaning crew, she could endure anything. Then she would show Marianne that she was truly sorry for what she had done. Marianne continued to look at Alex. "Julie's my friend. Even if she did something wrong, I can forgive her." "If you believe her, so be it," Alex smiled and waved his hand. "Why don't you ask her what she wants to do?" Marianne turned back to Julie and said, "If you want to stay in the supervisor's office to help me, I'd be happy to have you there." She thought highly of the woman, and even if she had messed up, she wanted to give her another chance. She hoped that Julie would continue to work with her. "I'm honored, but I want to work on the cleaning crew for the project team," Julie said without any hesitation. "Oh?" Marianne said in surprise. She tried not to show that her feelings were hurt. Julie left, and the hospital room grew quiet. Alex and Marianne talked for a while before he finally left too. Alex had just returned to the Woodside Clinic when several black sedans roared up to the front door. The doors opened, and a dozen men and women stepped out of the vehicles and walked into the lobby. Leading the group was Dr. Susan Ware, the head of Baltimore General Hospital, who was a tall and beautiful woman with long hair, cold eyes, and a proud demeanor. Susan looked at the clinic appraisingly, and her critical gaze roamed over the patients in the waiting room. There were dozens of them waiting to be examined. They were locals, and some were poor and unkempt. She shook her head in disdain, rubbed her nose, and then led her little group to the front desk. Kendall called to them from behind the desk. "If you want to be seen by a doctor, then you need to take a number from over at the front door. You'll be seen when your number is called. Have your ID ready. We're busy today, so you may have to come back tomorrow." When Kendall saw the group continuing to move forward, she raised her voice. "Stop. Do you have an ID in your number?" Susan frowned as she stepped up to the desk. She stared Kendall down and then said, "I'm not here to see a doctor." Then, without waiting for Kendall to respond, she walked straight over to Alex. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said boldly, "Alex, I'm here on behalf of Brian and Timothy. I need you to come with me to Baltimore General Hospital to treat Brian's daughter, Haley. Brian wanted me to tell you that if you manage to cure Haley, then they'll look into allowing you to formally practice medicine in Baltimore." Susan had no doubt that he would accept the offer. The opportunity to treat a member of such a respected family and gain credentials besides would be an opportunity that he couldn't pass up. "Ah, are you trying to butter me up?" Alex asked as he smiled. He took a sip from a cup of coffee. It looks like you're asking me for a favor." Susan frowned. "What do you mean?" "It means I won't go." Alex already knew that they had tried their best to cure Haley, but they hadn't allowed him to help before. He was willing to help the girl, but he wanted Brian and his wife Hillary to sincerely want his help. They hadn't even bothered to ask him in person. Instead, they had sent Susan to ask for his help, so he shrugged and shook his head. Susan couldn't hide her expression of surprise. "Alex, do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what kind of favor you'd incur if you helped the family out? Are you out of your mind?" She shook her head in confusion. "What's more, by refusing to help, you'll make enemies of a family who has a lot of pull. With a simple phone call, they could close this place down. You'd be finished. Think again before saying no. Don't be ungrateful." Alex looked at her and then said, "Get out." "What?" Susan asked, her anger mounting. "You're really telling me to go away?" She felt insulted. She was the head of Baltimore General Hospital, and people didn't talk to her that way. Furthermore, she hadn't expected Alex to be so rebellious and say no. "I don't know what to do now," she thought. Alex replied, "I don't know if I can say it any clearer. Please leave." "Rethink this decision, Alex," Susan urged him, unwilling to give up. "If you do this, then you can officially become a doctor. You may have respect from some of these small-town patients, but don't think you can stand so firm in Baltimore if you make enemies. If you don't help Brian's family, you'll be banned." Alex remained silent, and Susan grew even more furious. She straightened her posture, turned around and said to all the patients, "In the future, whoever comes to see a doctor here will be on the blacklist of any medical center in the Baltimore Hospital Alliance. None of you, nor any of your family members, will ever be seen by any doctor in this city." Baltimore had hundreds of large and small hospitals, clinics, and medical offices, almost all of which were a part of the Hospital Alliance. Susan was one of the Alliance's directors, and she had the power to make her threat real. The patients and the people in the clinic squirmed and murmured in dismay and disbelief. "No doctor will treat us or our families? Why are you doing this? Even if we had an emergency, you'd turn us away? Is that ethical?" "She's the head of Baltimore General Hospital. I don't like it, but I believe her." The patient's anxiety grew, and they looked to Alex for confirmation. "Don't worry," he said comfortingly. "She won't let anything happen to any of you. Doctors take oaths to help people." He turned back to Susan and smiled. "Is this threat really coming from you? Or is it coming from another source?" He didn't think that Brian or his family would actually do such a thing. "What do you mean exactly?" Susan asked carefully. "You've refused to help, and now these people will suffer for it." Susan was used to dealing with difficult people and situations, so she knew how to bargain hard and how to add pressure. She didn't believe that Alex had the guts to play hardball. "Let's solve our grievances by ourselves. Why involve the patients?" Alex asked mildly. "Your threat doesn't seem very becoming of a hospital administrator. Are you really so ruthless that you hurt innocent people to get what you want?" "I don't need to defend myself to you," Susan said. "I'm the head of Baltimore General Hospital, and I didn't get there by chance. What about you, Alex, and your little clinic? Do you have more patients than I do?" She laughed mockingly. "I'll ask you one final time. Are you going to help Haley or not?" Before Alex could answer, the roar of another car engine came from outside the entrance. The engine cut out, and soon after, Maria walked through the front door. She was wearing a red velvet coat and cut a fine figure as she strode across the room. She held a black box in her hand. Susan was surprised to see her and asked, "What are you doing here, Miss Thornton?" Maria ignored Susan and walked straight up to Alex with an arrogant expression. As she stared at him, she gave him a cold smile. "Mr. Ambrose, I have a gift here for you." She held out the box almost reverently, and Susan stared at her in amazement. Maria almost looked like she respected Alex. Why is she behaving so politely in front of Alex? She wondered. I thought she hated him. Is there something else going on here? Susan remained silent as she and everyone else in the room watched the interaction between the two people and were waiting to see what was inside the black box. "I come here representing the demon sect," Maria said, "and on behalf of the Thornton family, I wish to make amends to you. We hope that you can remain at peace with us." With a sincere expression, she slowly opened the box. Inside was the handkerchief covered in Lackland's blood, a key to a luxury sports car, and a shareholder's card for Baltimore General Hospital. Alex kept his expression calm and indifferent. He had not been surprised to see her or her little box of gifts. He was definitely interested in the shareholder's card, and he didn't hide that. "Your family really does have some pull in the medical field," he said quietly. "Does your family have any large amount of shares in the hospital?" Alex had to admit that he was curious. The Thorntons influenced a lot of industries, including the medical field, but he wasn't sure how much they were involved at Baltimore General. Maria nodded. "Actually, my family founded the hospital, so we have most of the shares." Episode 698, Fired Up. All right, Alex sipped his coffee. "Can I fire someone?" "Whatever you want," Maria said. "As a shareholder, you will have that power, and we won't second-guess you." In the past, she had been impressed by him, but now she knew how powerful he was, and she realized he couldn't be underestimated. "Good." Alex casually threw the shareholder's card in front of Susan and said, "You're fired. You are no longer the head of Baltimore General Hospital." He pointed at the door. "You can leave now." "Fired?" Susan asked in astonishment. She couldn't believe her ears. She had been surprised to see that Maria had been sent as the messenger of the Thornton family, and now this had happened. She shook her head in dismay. Her annual salary at the hospital was impressive. The hospital was running smoothly and making tens of millions of dollars each year. It was the top medical center in all of Baltimore, and Susan had helped make that happen. She had always worked well with the Thorntons, and yet now they had brought Alex in as a shareholder. "I'm so confused," she thought. "Why do the Thorntons want to give Alex so much power? I thought they were enemies. What do they know that I don't? Why did he fire me? What do I do now?" Susan turned to Maria and desperately asked, "Miss Thornton, Alex is nothing. He has no power. Why are you trying so hard to make him happy? Our hospital is booming and successful, so why change things and give Alex the reins?" The news was a huge blow to Susan. Since she had been fired, it would be hard to find another job like that one, and she felt hurt and embarrassed. She thought about all that she had lost in the past few moments. I won't have any security, she thought. I'm used to living a life of luxury. What will I do to maintain my lifestyle? Before Susan could finish her thoughts, Maria scoffed at her. How dare you disrespect Mr. Ambrose? He is a friend and now a shareholder, so I trust his judgment. If Alex wants to fire you, then so be it. You're done. Maria stared down her nose at Susan, which was no small feat, considering Susan was much taller than she was. Now you have 2 hours to gather your things and leave. Security will be there to watch over your departure. It's best if you go peacefully. Do you understand? Maria had watched as Susan had annoyed Alex, and now she had rushed in to put out the fire, so as to not bring herself any unexpected trouble. She was afraid of Alex, and now the entire family wanted to appease him, so she did what she had to do. The time had come for the Thorntons to build up their relationship with Alex. Susan was simply an annoyance that Alex had taken care of. Do you understand? Maria asked again, staring hard at Susan. Susan's face had turned white, but she knew she had no choice. She nodded, knowing she didn't dare to be rude to Maria. She didn't know why the Thorntons were supporting Alex, but she knew she would find out, although it would have to wait. For now, she simply glared at Alex resentfully, and then she nodded to her people and left the clinic. After Susan had left, there was a collective sigh of relief from the patients in the waiting room. Since she had been fired, they were no longer banned from medical services in Baltimore. In turn, they all cast furtive looks of appreciation at Alex. He was truly amazing. Mr. Ambrose, was that situation handled to your satisfaction? Maria asked eagerly. She put aside her cold expression and turned it into one of extreme humility. She had been afraid that the incident would have been an unpleasant experience for Alex. She knew she was lucky that Alex hadn't killed her in the past. He was powerful, and now she was going to get to work with him. He was a difficult man to read. Sometimes he smiled and seemed kind. Other times he could be brutal. Fortunately, Alex accepted the gift. He looked at everything in it, and then he closed the lid. I'll accept your gifts, he said. But know this, it isn't enough. In fact, I think it's a paltry offering. A bloody handkerchief, a hospital, and a car. They're nothing compared with the value of my life. Moreover, Cam has been elusive, Alex thought. I don't have much trust in him now. Who can guarantee that he won't blackmail me in the same way next time? He drank his coffee quietly, his emotions guarded, and Maria had no idea what he was thinking. She felt flustered. She had thought that Alex's acceptance of the gift would mean that everything was over, and she hadn't expected Alex to want more. I don't know what else you want from us, she said quietly. My family has offered these items with the greatest sincerity to make amends with you. Well, Alex said thoughtfully, although I opened this small clinic, I have no shortage of money and assets. If I want to, I can make a lot of money easily. So you go back and tell Ferdinand that when he wants to buy a house, I can give him a discount. As for the gift sent this time, it's not enough. He and Cam Fitzroy will need to come up with some other ideas to see if I can be satisfied. Sir, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask, she said. I'll pass the message on. Alex narrowed his eyes. What could your family offer me that would be of enough value? Maria stared at him expectantly. I know, Alex said, after he had pondered for a few moments. Go back and tell your people that they need to send one of their younger fellows to work for me. Yes, a young man. He'll become my driver for the next year. I'm not sure they'll go for that, Maria said hesitantly. "Do you have anyone specific in mind?" Alex took a sip of coffee while he considered. The Thorntons were a large family, but then again, so were the Fitzroys. He came to a decision. "Lachlan asked Ricky to impersonate me in order to kill people," he said. "He needs to be punished, but I'll go easy on him. Ask Lachlan's son to drive for me. There are more Fitzroys than Thorntons these days, so I'm sure they can spare one man." Maria shuddered at the implication. All rumors indicated that Alex had already eliminated most of the heirs of the Thornton family. The main reason that Alex was pushing for more was that he wanted to play both sides. He could pit the powerful families against one another if necessary. That way he wielded invisible power over them all. "Excuse me?" Maria cleared her throat. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider this request? We could discuss other options." "Discuss what?" Alex asked. Maria slammed her mouth shut, and her reaction solidified Alex's decision. If she was worried, then he had made the right choice. The punishment might seem painless, but the loss of reputation caused by the act could be immeasurable. Maria felt that the demon sect might not agree to the condition, and then her work here would not be effective. On the other hand, she was somewhat hopeful because the Thornton family was not the mastermind behind this particular plan. Furthermore, although he might take a huge economic loss, Alex was willing to let Ferdinand buy a house for far less than the asking price. That meant that Alex was either generous or very, very smart. Maria was worried about what the others might say when they heard Alex's demand. If an organization like the Demon Sect allowed Alex to come in and start making demands, then they would be disgraced. She was in a state of confusion and didn't know what else to say. In fact, it's good for both the Thornton family and the Demon Sect, Alex said. They've both always enjoyed hurting people and causing trouble everywhere. I'll try to bring that under control. There's no call for that kind of behavior anymore. He paused and took another sip of coffee. Tell you what, if Lachlan's son doesn't come, then you can come work for me. Maria squirmed uncomfortably and said in a flustered voice, Well, okay then. I'll report back immediately. Wait for my reply. She turned and fled. Well, Alex, Sawyer said from nearby, where he had heard the end of their conversation. If you succeed in taking down the Demon Sect a notch, then it would be the equivalent of severely beating them publicly. It could be a more powerful method than defeating all their people. It's very clever. He smiled and then asked, Do you think they'll agree? Episode 699, The Vat of Acid. Cam will agree, Alex said simply. He poured a cup of coffee for Sawyer and then said, By doing this, I hope to halt the momentum of the Demon Sect, and also the Thornton family, so that they lose some of their arrogance. He shook his head as he continued. Cam has become a man with incredible foresight and a cunning streak. He worries about the younger generation in his gang, so he wants to keep me happy. What's more, he hopes that the Demon Sect can keep an eye on us to see if we have a fatal flaw or something else of value or interest. Therefore, I think he'll be willing to let his nephew come to monitor us. His eyes twinkled. He had always felt that Cam was particularly interested in him, and that was why he had come to see Alex in person. Cam doesn't have any other choice right now, he said. Although the Demon Sect is powerful, they're not stupid enough to fight us. They've been around for a long time and have a long history of wisdom. They're not hot-headed youths who rush to attack. Sawyer smiled, but he seemed worried. Then why do we want one of their spies with us? He asked. Aren't you worried that he could discover our secrets and betray us at any time? Cam will have no power over the man, Alex said. We'll be in control, so we don't need to worry about him. I want to take one of Lackland's young men and train him in our ways. He can drive for me, and he can act as security at the clinic. I simply want to cultivate a rebellious factor from within the demon sect. He glanced at Sawyer and asked, You said that the younger members of the demon sect will not have any resentment against the Fitzroy family, correct? Sawyer thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes. I think that Lackland will be more than happy to sacrifice one of his kids rather than dealing with us directly. Eventually, Alex left to get some rest, and Sawyer watched him go. He quietly murmured to himself, Alex will be the master of the Rumble Club soon enough. Alex didn't care who the demon sect would send to be his driver. He focused instead on his golden health powder. He and Marianne built the infrastructure as quickly as they could, and then they let the R&D personnel start to prepare samples. At the same time, Alex began to look for a reputable legal team to help them. Once the product was launched, there were bound to be numerous problems, which they would need a strong legal team to deal with. The whole project was developing rapidly and relatively smoothly in the direction that both Alex and Marianne had expected. One evening near dusk, Alex was heading back to the clinic from the lab when he heard several screams coming from an abandoned building. As soon as he turned into a nearby parking lot, he saw a gaping doorway into an abandoned chemical plant. Several ferocious-looking men were dragging a middle-aged man into it. The middle-aged man was wearing a torn suit. His face was covered with blood, and his expression was distressed. Alex looked more closely at the man and realized that he knew him. What's Fabian doing here? He wondered in both surprise and concern. Do you know how much trouble you've caused us because you talk too much? One of the men asked Fabian. Do you know how much money's been lost? Tens of thousands, one of the other men snarled. Now you've gone and lost even more, the first man said as he sneered at Fabian. And now look where you're at. Do you think it was worth it? Your wife and daughter are gone, and so is your money, leaving only your so-called innocent reputation, said another man. A man with a beard kicked at Fabian with the tip of his foot. Anger and contempt filled his eyes. You deserve this. You can't blame anyone else. Please, don't touch my wife and daughter, Fabian cried. They have nothing to do with this. You sons of bitches, release my family, or the police will never stop hunting you. The man with the beard snorted. You made the boss very angry, and your death alone's not enough. Your family will also pay the price. They tugged Fabian further into the building. There's a nice vat of acid here that'll act as your grave. Don't worry, you won't suffer for long. This stuff is pretty toxic, so soon you'll simply disappear. Your body will melt away, and the police and their dogs will never find any trace of you. Please, I beg you, don't do this. Fabian shrank back and made his body go limp, making it harder for the men to drag him through the building. You can kill me, but you can't kill my wife and daughter. They're innocent. If you leave them alone, I'll go with you peacefully. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about that. Orders are orders, the first man said nonchalantly as he tugged Fabian closer to the vat of acid. Stop! Alex yelled from behind them. The men froze, and then they all turned to look at him. Alex rushed forward as he shouted, Fabian was already punished by the rule of law, and now your family is punishing him for not taking bribes? How dare you? When Fabian saw Alex, his look of relief was profound. But the men holding him were not as easily impressed. When their leader looked around and confirmed that Alex was alone, his eyes turned cold, and without any hesitation, he ordered, "Kill him!" 3 fierce men rushed at Alex like wolves. As soon as Alex raised his left hand, a stone on the ground flashed by, just like a flash of lightning. Before the bearded man could even raise his dagger, the stone smacked him in the forehead, and he fell backward, groaning in pain. Then Alex balled his fists and readied himself as 2 more men rushed at him. Before they knew what had hit them, they fell to the ground unconscious. The remaining thugs milled around for a moment, thinking about running away, but Alex didn't give them the chance. Soon they were all on the ground, either knocked out or rolling around in pain. They wouldn't give him any more trouble. Alex turned to Fabian and asked, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Fabian groaned. He was injured, but he still only had thoughts of his family. He stared at Alex and said, "It's you." He grabbed Alex's arm. "Alex, please help me. Save my wife and child, I beg you." He trailed off as he choked up with emotion. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Even if I die, I need to know they'll be okay. They're in danger. Go and save them." Looking at him, Alex patted his arm comfortably as he took out his phone. He said, "It's okay. I'll call the police and—" "It's no use calling the police," Fabian interrupted. "The Wheelers have them." His breathing was hard, but his expression was keen and serious. He had been litigating for half of his life, and he had dealt with numerous special cases. Most of them had resulted in great victories. He had always been good at his job, but he had never let it go to his head. "Well, I'll help you get them back," Alex said quietly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and poured his inner power into Fabian's body. He had only ever used this much power before to save Debbie. Fabian gasped and cried, but Alex persevered. Soon, Fabian's cries diminished as his pain fled. Once his injury was under control and his condition had become stable, Alex helped him into the car. Alex was determined to help the man. Fabian was pitiful and had made a mistake, but he possessed a rare talent. By the time they got back on the main highway, Alex had heard the whole story, and he realized that this was a dispute about property. The Wheelers were another powerful family in Baltimore. One of the oldest families in the city, the Baileys, had owned a large amount of property. They had held onto it for many generations, and it had finally been put on the market. The property had quickly attracted the attention of many people in the city. The Wheeler family had been especially interested, and Jack Wheeler, one of the young heirs, had come forward, pretending to work for some of the younger generation of the Baileys. But then it had been discovered that he had acquired 90% of the assets. Jack had not only stolen the property, which had been held by Baileys for generations, but he had done so through outright disrespect toward the Baileys' family descendants. Episode 700, Wheeling and Dealing. The property of the Bailey family had been worth a lot. With manipulation and scheming, Jack had been able to coerce the family into handing over the property to him. The Bailey family had gone to Fabian for help. His legal reputation was fierce, and they had hoped he could help them. Fabian had concluded that Jack had no legal basis for his claim, so he had agreed to take on the case for the Baileys. The case had been straightforward. Because the property rights were clear and the property had always been owned by the Bailey family, they had easily won the case. But by winning the case for the Baileys, Fabian had instantly made an enemy out of Jack. Jack had sent his henchmen to try to bribe Fabian on a number of occasions. Each time, Fabian had refused. Finally, Jack had resorted to kidnapping and attempted murder. After finishing his tale, Fabian looked at Alex pleadingly. "Please try to help me save my wife and daughter. If you can help me save them, I'll be grateful forever, and I promise to live a life of virtue from now on." Fabian's network was quite extensive, but after his wife and daughter had been kidnapped, he had repeatedly asked his friends for help, and none of them had been willing to come forward and stand against the powerful Wheeler family. Now, Alex had shown up out of the blue and had saved him. His only hope rested in Alex, who was a professional healer and martial artist. He had offered his assistance, and Fabian hoped his offer would produce a positive result. "Don't worry, your family will be okay," Alex said as they waited at a red light. When the light turned green, he stepped on the gas pedal, sped toward the Wheeler house. At 5:30 that evening, Alex and Fabian approached the gates of the Wheeler home. "Who's there?" cried a voice from inside. Alex and Fabian had not even gotten close to the door when 4 large men came out of the door. All of them were dressed in black. Before they could attack, Alex pushed open the gate and attacked them first. With a few quick moves, the 4 men in black fell to the ground, motionless. Alex looked around. One of them had gotten in a lucky hit, and he tasted blood in his mouth. Alex continued to stride forward. 3 more strong men came out of the house. One asked, "Who are you?" Alex didn't answer. He simply ran forward and took the 3 men down before they even knew what had hit them. Alex didn't look back. Fabian, who was astonished at the skill and speed of the attack, leaped over the bodies of the strong men and followed Alex toward the house. He was shocked. He hadn't expected Alex to be such a peerless master. He felt that he'd met a noble man, and he hoped that his family would be saved. The Wheeler house was on high alert. The initial attack on their men had surprised them, but they had regrouped. By the time Alex and Fabian got to the doorstep, more henchmen had arrived. Alex took the lead and fought his way through. At first, he was surrounded by men who attacked fiercely, and he met their assault with equal ferocity. When necessary, to save time, he stopped pulling his punches. The fighters were strong, but they were no match for a determined Alex. Bullets started to fly from somewhere nearby, and Alex shoved Fabian against a large planter to shield him. Then, Alex peered around for several moments before running off toward the gunman. A few more shots rang out, and then there was silence. Before long, Alex and Fabian stepped out of the shadows and once again approached the house. A large fountain stood near the entryway, and more than 50 armed guards formed a wall around it, weapons at the ready. "Damn it," Alex cursed them. "Haven't you all learned your lesson yet? Didn't you see what I just did to your comrades? I suggest you rethink your plan to attack me. Run away!" The guards hesitated and glanced around uncomfortably. They all wanted to leave, but none of them wanted to be the first to go. In the end, Alex grew impatient and charged forward. The 50 guards yelled as Alex ran toward them. Although Fabian was angry, he watched the scene with shock and awe. The guards were powerful, but Alex was calm and focused. As the guards attacked, they looked clumsy next to his quick and practiced moves. As he fought, his lip curled with contempt. The guards weren't providing much of a challenge. Fabian hadn't realized that Alex was so powerful. He thought that the Wheelers were important, and he had expected Alex to find a way to negotiate with them. However, in a short period of time, he had broken through their front gate and taken out dozens of armed guards. Fabian was impressed. He had once been young and had cheered for the lone hero who killed the enemy. Now that he was older, he had met that hero for real. His blood began to boil with excitement. If he were to die that day, he would at least die by a hero's side. The area around the fountain was quiet again, except for the moans of the fallen guards. "Is there anyone else out there who wants to fight?" Alex asked the courtyard in general. "Have you all finished?" He walked slowly over to a chair beside the fountain and sat down with a contented sigh. Alex's expression was both indifferent and unfathomable. He sat and looked around at the destruction. "I want you to come out here," he raised his voice so that it carried into the house. "I think it's time that we talked, but you'd better come out soon." "You jerk. What have you done?" A man in a suit came out of the front door, pointing at Alex, his expression furious. Before he could start ranting further, Alex walked up to him, invading the man's space. To his credit, the man didn't flinch and held his ground. Alex was mildly impressed, but he still needed to demonstrate his skill, so he punched the man in the eye. The man veered back and grabbed at his face as the area around his eye instantly reddened. He was full of shock and anger, as well as the beginning of panic. He obviously hadn't realized that Alex was so powerful. Furthermore, the man was a skilled martial artist with a high rank in the Wheeler family, yet he'd been taken down by a single hit. Alex didn't move. After a few quiet moments had passed, an old man in black came out of the house. He walked directly across the courtyard and stopped in front of Alex. Fabian's breath caught as he recognized the man who had hurt his bodyguard and kidnapped his family the previous night. "My name is Lucius, and I work for the Wheelers." The old man in black looked at Alex. "Your martial arts skills are extraordinary." "I've seen everything just now, but please understand, this family is not so easy to bully." His voice suddenly halted as a dagger appeared at his throat. Alex had moved so quickly that no one had seen him step closer to the old man. The tip of the knife had punctured Lucius's skin and blood trickled down. If he took so much as a tiny step forward, he would be dead. "Perhaps you should listen to me first?" Alex asked coolly. "I want to speak to the person in charge around here. Can you arrange that? Who are they?" Lucius glowered at Alex, but he remained in place. In any other circumstance, he would be able to conquer the bold young man, as he had great inner strength and insight. However, he was annoyingly impressed. Alex had moved so quickly that he had caught even a master martial artist off guard. It was incredible. Lucius had no choice but to remain in place until Alex chose to release him or kill him. "Tell me," Alex said quietly, as he pressed ever so slightly on the dagger. Blood flowed more freely. Lucius tried not to swallow and replied, "I can't." Alex's hand moved deftly again, and a cut emerged on Lucius's arm. The man gritted his teeth more in irritation than pain. He kept his mouth shut. The surrounding guards stared at the scene in shock. They didn't know how to defend themselves against someone as quick and ruthless as Alex. The sound of laughter emerged from the doorway of the house, and Alex glanced up and saw an old woman step out into the light. "Young man, you are very powerful and brave. We'll give you that," she said. "But you don't know who you are messing with." "You should be careful of her," Lucius warned Alex. Another flash of the dagger, and Lucius cried out, clutching his shoulder in pain. He tried to stay still as the dagger came back to rest at his throat. Alex glanced around the courtyard, making sure that no one had moved. They hadn't. His eyes turned back to the old woman. She also wore all black, and she was obviously well respected by the family. He wasn't sure what to make of her yet. The guards who had recovered remained where they had fallen. Lucius stood still, and the woman glared at Alex. Fabian didn't dare to breathe. Everyone had thought that Alex would be greatly outmatched, but they had been wrong. Now, no one knew what to do. The old woman in black stepped forward again. She possessed powerful inner strength, but she knew she was no match for Alex's quick dagger. "I want to talk with the person in charge," Alex said clearly and evenly. "The rest of you need to shut up." His voice was not harsh, but the sound and tone portrayed a clear demand. The whole scene was deadly quiet. No one dared to utter a word. The entire Wheeler family was there somewhere, but they didn't want to make their presence known. Alex's strength had reached sky-high proportions, and no one dared to challenge him. "Perhaps you would like to meet Yvonne, the lady of the Wheeler family?" the old woman asked. She turned around and called to another person in the house. "Come outside and meet our young conqueror, my lady." All eyes turned toward the house where a woman emerged. She was dressed in purple and was followed closely by several bodyguards. The woman was in her 20s, and she was beautiful with a fine figure and a delicate face. Smiling, she looked squarely at Alex.